We've come a long way from just like Bush. You know? Sure, Ninja Sex Party is another one. I'm not a big fan of Ninja Sex Party, but that is a fun name to say. I will give it that. You'd love to see ZZ Top live? If you can see them for like less than $50, go do it. Like, they won't play those songs well, but they're kind of neat to see. It really hurts when they like mess up the easiest riffs on earth, but Beard can still play a drum beat. Very much a comedy band. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a... Oh, and you will know us by the... What is it? And you will know us by the Waves of Dead? What is the name of that band? It's ... and you will know us by the... Is it the Mounds of Dead? Or is it... Here I am looking up emo music. And you will know us by the Trail of Dead. That's it. Found their Wikipedia page. YouTube chat got it too. Same with you, Cow. Although I coined a term in the most recent video I uploaded. Which I jokingly referred to as the well-armed bards, because they're a bunch of bards that were all fully kitted out in suits of armor. I feel like the well-armed bards should be a band. If it's not already. The world is a beautiful place, and I am no longer afraid to die. Is also, yeah, that's another good one. The only band you've been to was Gwar at Croc Rock. How was Gwar? I've seen Gwar 3 times. Yes, 3 times. One of those times was like intentionally, and then the rest of those was like festivals where I just kind of like was looking through the list of who's playing, and I was like, oh shit, it's Gwar. I guess I get to see Gwar again. You volunteer at a venue, fully volunteer run. It is awesome to buy stuff from bands, but please remember to also buy stuff from the venue. I own a pair of earplugs that are branded Rickshaw Theater, which I bought for $20 because they're reusable and they have a little keyring container, and they're the nice ones that like don't let, like, they're the high frequency ones where they cut the highs so you don't hurt your ears, but you can still hear everything. They're those ones. They're normally like, I don't know, 20, 30 bucks. But you can still hear people talking, which is nice. Or screaming, usually. But yeah, I don't know. Going to concerts is very much a where you live kind of thing. One of the reasons I moved to the city that I live in now, Blaze of Ice, is... I keep wanting to call you Blaze of Fire, but you're not. Is because the city that I live in has 4 bars downtown that have house bands. And some of them rotate, but most of them have at least 1 or 2 house bands. So when you have like multiple venues that are open 7 days a week till 2 in the morning that all have a house band that start at 6 and play till midnight, you're just like a pressure cooker for like indie bands. So the result is like, I don't know, anybody who listens to metal, Unleash the Archers partially came from where I live. Why am I blanking on the name of this band? I know this band. I've seen that band. Holy Roller. It's like Infinite Blue is the name of that album. Spirit Box. Spirit Box kind of came out of the city that I live in. So, also if you listen to metal from a long time ago, 3 Inches of Blood, Said the Whale, although that's not metal, that's indie. Very, very, very much indie. There's just a lot of actually pretty notable musical acts that have come out of this rather small city because of Government Street. So the result is like you get weird bands of people that just live here that just do that as their hobby. And that's how you end up with like doom metal bands with a banjo. That's how you end up with like thrash metal bands with a trumpet. That's how you end up with death funk electro with a double bass and a drum kit. It's good times, let me tell you. Kyle Cunn in YouTube chat says, I've seen Gwar like 8 times in the 2000s. They were at every medium-sized Midwestern alt-rock festival. I completely believe that, yeah. I don't dislike Gwar. I don't ever need to see Gwar again. If I see Gwar again, I won't complain. That's my take on Gwar, basically. These are like descriptions of their music. I couldn't actually tell you what the names of the bands are. Does anybody here listen to Tropical Fuckstorm? Because that's also a pretty good name to say. Also, speaking of good names to say that really confuse people, I'm going to show you guys one more thing and then we'll dive in. One of my favorite bands of all time just put out a new album, which I already pre-ordered. And they are going on tour shortly, and I'm going to see them once, maybe twice. And this is a t-shirt that they posted on their Bandcamp that I haven't bought, but if they have it at a show, I'm going to buy it. I might need this shirt. That's what started this whole conversation. Like, literally, that's what started this entire discussion, Tiny Hippo. It's like, that shirt is, like, right up there with the Dope Throne shirt that's just a wanted poster for the drummer's cat. It's a wanted poster with a picture of a cat, and it's just all of the crimes that the cat has committed. Such as, like, peeing on my bed, shitting on the carpet, missing the litter box, chucking litter everywhere, knocking over a vase, licking the butter once, sitting on me while I'm sitting on my face while sleeping, like all kind, all of the cat things, meowing, screaming in the night, public disturbance, mass murderer, casualty count, mice unknown. Is this a new schedule or are you just behind the times? I spent all week editing a video. I will be very direct and honest. I spent all week editing a video. The YouTube channel's been underperforming for the last 2 months, and I haven't been making the daily minimums recently. So I'm making up for the fact that I didn't stream Tuesday or Wednesday this week because I have to pay my mortgage. That's why I'm here, is because I'm making up for days that I skipped to edit a video, and everything's been underperforming. So I'm here because I can, and I'll be honest, it's probably weirder for me to stream on a weekend than it is for you. But no, this isn't a new schedule. This is just me streaming on a weekend because I missed Tuesday and Wednesday this week. And also because I haven't streamed on a Saturday in fucking forever, and I'm just kind of thinking out loud in my head going like, I wonder how well the streams are doing on a Saturday. Anyway, so this is a fort where I'm not making food. All of the food in this fort has been purchased from traders. That is the rule. I'm not allowed to fish, hunt, farm, gather, etc. If something dies on the map, I'm allowed to butcher it. If the dwarven migrants bring something into the map, I'm allowed to butcher it. That's the shtick. Devilish Potato did... Okay, I thought Devilish Potato claimed something. I just need to refresh this. Was great. Was great storytelling. It's not quite doing as well as I would hope it would, but Dwarf Fortress has been kind of at a lowish point anyways, so that's fine. Your English skill's totally fine. Like, trust me. And the boat murder to read along. It's just chill dwarf stories to write. I should make another playlist that's just chill dwarf stories to write and study to for all of my movies. Just like chill dwarf stories for sleeping. Chill dwarf vibes to just need to make like 30 like unlisted playlists is what I need to do so that they are farming for cloth. Nope. No farming. No farming. So clothing is actually the thing that I'm kind of worried about. Although I have been importing cloth. Oops. But I don't have a ton. I need to get into the caverns to start getting silk, basically. Sad dwarf fortress stories about world-ending destruction to make you feel slightly better about real life. And study too. Anyway, so the fortress itself is on this massive volcano, and I'm not building an evil villain fortress. I don't think. It's not an Untamed Wilds map, so I'm able to do stuff on the surface, but it is wilderness, so there are some bigger animals on the map. The whole shtick here is I'm trying to keep my consumption of food as low as possible. So all of the dwarves currently, or a good chunk of the dwarves currently, are just off-map exploring, which means I already have a library, and I don't have a tavern yet. And the library has 109 books in it, and I'm pretty sure that's not all of the books on the map. I'm pretty sure it's actually quite a bit higher than that. Because if I go to Codex, we've got 67 nice codexes and scrolls. I mean, these are all just under tools, but there's quite a few. Okay, maybe it is close to that. Because I'm just literally sending them to the other end of the map constantly. And just collecting all of the books. And there is gold on the map, so the dwarves are building out of gold. As you can see, there's gold nuggets kind of everywhere. All of these dwarves are reading. These are all very well-learned dwarves. This is kind of becoming like a dwarf U, like Dwarven University. We've got a mayor who, this is his space, is Rigoth. We've got our two little tiny offices here for our manager and bookkeeper. I'm actually going to swap out some of these. Disable overlay. Don't want that. Erupt it? Oh, we will. Oh, we will. Don't worry. But I'm actually just going to swap out these dwarves and unpause these for the ones that aren't here, because the ones that aren't here are spending almost no time here, so I'm just basically wasting bedrooms on them then. So I might as well have bedrooms available for the dwarves that are in here. Right off the bat, even though the game didn't officially state it, when I started digging, I found sand, so I'm very happy about that. So we are making sand. We have a whole bunch of smelters, and we just got our first artifact, which is an artifact anvil. I have a nickel-silver anvil, which is pretty fucking peak. And what's amazing about it is you can't use it as a magma smelter, so I'm just going to put it on a pedestal somewhere. I might put it in, like, a weaponsmith's guild or something. This, for those of you who did watch the vampire video, this is in the same world as that. That fortress, sorry for the mild spoilers, does fall. That's its carcass right there. That's the previous fortress. And we are simply in the volcano in the middle of it. It's still the same faction, obviously, and the goal of the fort is to go to war with the elves as a military stronghold, which is why most of the dwarves aren't on the map right now, and I'm building. But I'm not going to start attacking anything until I have defenses that can withstand big sieges, and also a consistent way of cleaning up enemy sieges. Kind of what I'm thinking here is big lava reservoir that can flood 80% of the map with lava, so you can't get into the fortress unless you walk in the front door. And the front door, I'm building minecart cannons. I don't know why there's wild yaks in my minecart cannons, but there is. So that is what I'm doing. I am using DF hack. It's literally right here. I just don't use the overlays. All right. So we are building up minecart shotguns, which are going to be filling up with lava down in here. I'm going to power the minecarts up and out of here and around and then back up to here, which are then going to fire them back down. So that should be pretty slick. Here's hoping. If you would like to name a dwarf, dwarf naming is open. You just need to redeem them. And aside from that, I think that's pretty much everything. Does anybody have any questions about this fort? We do have cavern access, but I'm not doing much with it at the minute because I am working on unrelated things, specifically grates at the moment. Dwarf Manticore. So obviously there's only dwarves that are currently here that are available. If you would like to look up a dwarf that you've had previously or anything to do with the world, if you type in ! Legends, you'll get a link to the save file for this world before I started building in it. So it's untouched and free for you to do what you want with it. And you'll also get a link to my Legends viewer where you could go look at this world, which I updated last night. So it is currently up to date. And that's just ! Legends in the Twitch chat, or you can go to legends.blindirl.net. This is a completely crowdfunded stream. If you'd like to support this channel, you can do that by going to blindirl.com/support to see all the different ways to support the channel. I exist because people tip me, and people gift subs, and people cheer bits, and people subscribe on Twitch, and use Twitch Primes, and are YouTube members. Otherwise, I would not be here. And I try to keep the stream as free of paid shilling as possible outside of the stuff that I am directly selling. And from now until the end of March, if you go to my website, which is blindirl.com, you can get 50% off of your first month of the recommended tier, which gets you access to the sound commands that you might hear in chat sometimes. Thank you very much, Dave Danger, the Warlock. That's very kind of you. Cheers. For the 10-pack, I need to follow up on what Manticore said. You want Rith the Engraver. Okay. You are currently reading Life with Zurko. It's a 27-page essay entitled Life with Zurko Dashboard, authored by Zurko. It concerns the career change from cheesemaker to prophet of the human Zurko in Moral Friends in 141. Oh, by the way, apparently the old... I would say, chat, it is worth looking up the last few living dwarves from the last fortress in Legends, because they've started what seems to be a mercenary company of refugees, and one of them is a warlord. Which is pretty dope. Like, that probably means we won't see them in this fort, but, like, it's pretty dope. I mean, I would like to be a prophet to the great name of cheese. The Kurds and Crusades, yes. Okay, so let's actually read your description here. She can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. She can handle stress and often acts with compassion. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She occasionally overindulges and is quick to anger. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She becomes very rigid when she's angry, and she keeps her voice very quiet when she's nervous. And she winks when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally disdains loyalty, finds friendship burdensome, values eloquence, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. She likes satin spire, nickel, and fire opal, and rhinoceros horn, greaves, and horses for their strength, and when possible prefers to consume walrus, turnip wine, and garlic seeds, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. She worships Urith, who is the god of death, and is a member of the communion of gods. Because of course she is. Kurdish? You mean cheese curd inquisition? Also, actually just going to set these dwarves to be on duty. No orders, so they don't drop their weapons at the corner. And I'm working on this. I'm also trying to completely surround the volcano in walls. That would be really interesting if they did. Darren? The actual starter of this fortress, who's kind of my, like, I don't know, main character, I guess, did find a new romance in 224, which is kind of cool. She lacks confidence in her abilities and likes a little excitement now and then. She is conflicted by this. She considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually and has a greedy streak and isn't particularly ambitious. She has a fast-paced life and she often feels envious of others, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and could be considered rude and occasionally overindulges. She also isn't a member of any religion, which is interesting, but she does worship Urdith, and her lover, Sengor, currently doesn't live here because he's traveling with the military. And I've decided that to get rid of all of the wild livestock that keeps getting caught in my cage traps because I'm not allowed to butcher them, I'm just throwing them in the volcano. So whenever yaks get stuck in my traps, I just tuck them in the volcano. And it seems to work. Oh. So how's your weekend, chat? Yeah, well, that would be acquired from my map, right? So if dwarves bring them from off map, I can use it. If I purchase it, I can use it. Otherwise, I can't use it. That is the restriction there, right? So what do I have for bars at the minute? Iron bars. Let's do 10 iron chains real quick. And let's also do rock mechanisms and then make them out of obsidian. Obsidian, let's just do 40 of these. I also need to put that anvil on a pedestal because it's not usable in the ways I would want it to be. I'm going to put it here. Actually, no, I'm not going to put it there. I'm going to put a floor tile right there. And then I'm going to put it there. Argon Thief, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. I'm only getting food through trade. So the thing that I've done that you guys can't see if you didn't watch the beginning of this fortress is I went around with a squad and threatened as many factions as I was willing to click on and demanded tribute. And obviously they all rejected me. I'm not getting tribute from any of them. But because I've demanded tribute from them, I am, in fact, getting trading with them. So in the autumn, we're going to trade with like 4 dwarven factions. In the summer, we trade with like 3 to 4 human factions. So there is a lot of trading. This is kind of like a rampant economy for it. Oh, also, speaking of jokes that are pointed specifically to annoy certain people so that they leave comments, I just want to say that I genuinely appreciate all of the people who confused / frustrated / angrily ask on my most recent video, wait, is capitalism bad now? Got him. I made you respond. Another thing that happened is while we were trading with the humans this past year, one of them may or may not have turned into a were creature. So none of my dwarves got bit. However, definitely some of them got bit because they dumped all the stuff in the stockpile and left. So that's going to be interesting. I think the were creature itself actually died. But if any of those traders got bit, trading with the humans is going to be hairy this next year. So I just thought I'd mention that. Also, I have an artifact sword. And an artifact warhammer. That's okay. Hold on. Maybe I need a couple pedestals. I mean, the vampire at one point just sits there pondering commerce, and I was like, you really are a blood-sucking vampire, which honestly, I think that's pretty funny. Like, love capitalism or hate capitalism or exist within capitalism and accept it. I don't really care. I think that's a pretty funny joke. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. What is the were creature? I can't remember what kind of were creature it is, but it's not in the map. Like, I never actually saw it. I just saw its corpse. We did actually have a werewolf, though. We did actually have a werewolf show up on the map, which, that's like, what, a 1 in 40 chance or something? Good to hear. Thomas Manis in the YouTube chat. Names with multiple words that don't have any capitalizations are always a little difficult. I also screwed up the first year, and my expedition leader wasn't on the map. She was part of a squad stealing items. And so I wasn't able to do this the first year, but wow, that was fast. It's got to be because of the amount that I've exported. Because I am basically trading with 6 colonies per year. This is the fastest nobility rush I've ever seen. Oh my god. At least, like, unintentional. Or at least maybe in a long time. I've definitely, like, had, like, a king appear in my fort before, but... Because it's early autumn of 227. We started in, like, late in the year 224. So it's been, like, 225, 226, 220. Because we started late autumn, like, we missed the first trading year. Because it threw the game off. So, like... Huh. As far as speedrun, there's a person who comes into this chat every now and again, Jesus, who's been speedrunning, who does like weird Dwarf Fortress science things, and saw that the world record was like 8 hours or something for Mountain Home, and was like, I could beat that, and has got it down to like 2.5 hours or something. So certainly not speedrun strats. I love that factoid that 50 Shades of Grey started off as a Twilight fan fiction. Like, truly. Should I accept this? I have the value. I don't even have a well. Like, I actually haven't found water in this fort. I guess so. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. We need more trade capacity. The problem is, who do I elect? Founder, what do you like? I could just give it to the founder, but does she value power? I need somebody who dreams of, like, attaining a rank in society or something. Bolt thrower parts. I like calling it, it's like liquid stone or heat stone is what I like to call lava, generally. I do have a... What about you, Lycott? You want to argue? You're 23 years old. Does anybody want to dig around in Legends Viewer and see if they can find a dwarf that dreams of attaining a rank in society? It's windows, crowns, and crutches. Attraction. Nope, not you. Likes crystal glass, picks and earrings. Figurines and that's doable. Masterwork, though? Yeah, no new people have arrived. Herrings for their massive schools, and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics so impossible prefers to consume barley and quinoa flour. That's the outpost liaison. How about the mayor? But the religious leader. Like Lucio. Did you know in geology there's a real debate if ice is a type of rock? And if water is technically lava? Huh. I did not know. I don't know what I will do with that information. And I don't really know how I feel about it. That's interesting, though. Could also throw figurines in here, actually. What other crafts can I throw in here while I'm thinking? The green ones are made of green glass, yes. That is, in fact, what they're made out of. You don't think we have a resident dwarf that desires a rank in society? Okay. Or ruling the world, I presume. That's a bummer, man. Self-examination is deluded fools, values honesty and doesn't value working hard. Well, I mean, no one new has arrived, right? You're a competent hammer dwarf. Can handle stress, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Oiled towers. Is a competent hammer dwarf, worships Earth, is a member of the communion of gods. Could go with this dwarf, maybe? Oiled towers? Maybe? Can bowl toes save the world? I don't know, can it? Because, like, the total population is, like, what, 60? Like, this is still a really new fortress. Didn't realize I could do what? Quasar! It's good to see you, man. Thanks for the prime. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope that you've been doing well. Glass floors? Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you can make glass blocks, right? So it's just glass block floors. Hey, Jack, can I get a big round of beers for, the resub? Is there not a reason to put every dwarf into a squad? Just efficiency and actually getting things done. But you kind of don't want the highest ranking dwarf in your squad, in your fortress, to be in a squad, because if they leave the map, then there's a lot of things you literally can't do. The final caravan has arrived. What about Crub the Grub? Grub made the anvil and is a blacksmith. Crub the Grub is a nervous wreck, has a strong sense of duty, rarely develops negative feelings towards things. What's his preferences? He's just got a funny name, so. And he made the artifact anvil. He likes olivine brass, praise, giant two-humped camel bone, alligator snapping turtle shell, rope reed fabric, the colored dark chestnuts, spears, water buffaloes. It's just spears. We could do that for their wallowing. The words of the veneration of luxuries. When possible, he prefers to consume rat. That's not something I'm going to do again. That Tasted terrible. He personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world. He finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and doesn't care about nature one way or another. I don't know, this dwarf sounds nobly. What about Crub the Grub, chat? The 21-year-old legendary blacksmith? That is not considered an export. They are not exporting spears if they leave the map as part of that is a mission. That is not an export. It's a different act. So, Crub the Grub, congratulations, you're getting crubbily promoted. There is much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization and World Info. What requests do I have of the merchants? I'm going to request... I'm going to request plants. And the plants that I'm going to request... I was going to say, I'm going to request plants and then, request, cloth plants, but I literally can't. I'm just going to ask for cloth. Plant cloth. Maybe not spider silk, because that I can acquire. Ask for a couple kinds of leather. I'm going to ask for a couple kinds of wood. And I'm just going to ask for clothing, I think. Yeah, let's just do socks and shoes. Let's do trousers and loincloths. Let's not do caps or hoods. Let's do shirts and robes. Done. They want ivory and tooth amulets. Oopsies. Oopsies. Whenever the amount of body part is high enough, just do that. Because I will forget about that. Okay, so I need to make a place for a lot of these dwarves to sleep because we're basically just not torturing them, but they don't really have the best accommodation in this here fort. So the reality is they're not the happiest bunch. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little dormitory down here, so at the very least they have beds while I'm working on this behind the scenes. I'm also going to make gold chains. Maybe not gold chains. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, let's just go up to this and trade with the first crew at the very least. So I was talking with somebody about this challenge in chat yesterday, and they were saying that they tried something similar, but the time that it really became challenging was when enemy sieges showed up that were really big, because sometimes if you were shorter on food and you had to keep all of your dwarves in the fort for a little bit, you could run out of drink and stuff, which I agree. That is going to be the challenge of this. So I can buy animals to consume. I will buy those 3. I will buy all of the barrels with ale. I will buy the silver warhammer. I will buy the 2 iron picks. Because I don't have iron. I do have gold. I do have silver, and I have lead. I've got galena around, basically. Buy the leather. Sheep's cloth. Just some of the pigtail cloth, just to have it. Let's buy that. The cheese.
Crypt beer meowdy folks.
Huntress, how you doing? It's good to have you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For the 19th month. Appreciate you. Thanks for keeping that subscription alive and helping keep the channel funded. Thankfully, like, meat and stuff is pretty cheap. Also gonna buy the steel and iron anvil. I'll probably melt the iron one and keep the steel one. All right, let's get rid of these until it goes down to yellow, and then add one in. Trade. Let's go to the next faction. And I will select everything that I would like to purchase from them. I think I'm just gonna buy the boar. Buy the barrels. Also, I'm just gonna buy 2 buckets, the cheap ones. Buy the 2 iron. No, don't buy the high boots. Well, actually, no. Buy the iron high boots and then just melt them. Buy the steel anvil. Buy the food. And then anything else that I need, like cheese. And then go into here and get rid of... Let's actually get rid of 2 of these, and then we'll add in discs until it goes green. There we go. Let's actually remove 1 and try. Sweet. They took it. And now I've just got 1 more set of merchants to wait for. And good cash in. Green tea. And good luck with reading that book in YouTube chat. I've restarted Doom Guy, Life in First Person, which is a book by John Romero about developing Doom. Did I just get I just got a new mayor. Catan the West. This is the 3rd mayor I've had in this fort. Wild. This one is a talented weaponsmith. Yeah, because Rigoth was the mayor, and he didn't even die. He's just no longer the mayor. Okay. Cool. I'm actually going to put the mayor's bedroom, like, right here. Like, in between these. And the Baron's throne room, etc. can be, like, right here. Although, let's actually, like, cut this back by 2 and maybe reinforce this wall. The political corruption must be rampant. What, in this fortress? Never. I don't know. It's weird to see, like, different dwarves get elected when the old mayor didn't, like, you know, just die. Like, usually if, like, somebody new got elected, it's because the old one died. And not because, like, someone new got elected. It's generally, oh, well, I guess the other one's dead then. So we'll do bedroom, dining room, throne room. Nobody wants the office. Yeah, maybe the job just sucks. Like, all the dwarves are bad at it. That's wild. They can't make up their mind. Yeah. Where's those high boots? I'm actually going to melt a bunch of this stuff. I don't know why it's all forbidden, but I'm going to melt it all. And I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to make an additional magma forge. So the dwarves stay behind on the vote. I think, honestly, like, there's just no notification or ballots. It's all verbal vote and word of mouth and trust system. Like, that's what it seems like based on how frequently they swap out, you know, people doing that. I'm just making sure that you actually have one of these to go equip. Oh, you're sleeping. Well, that'll do it. Most of the dwarves right now are just putting stuff in barrels and stockpiles. Good news is we're pretty high up there on food, and I've got more migrants arriving. I'm still waiting until somebody shows up who was a member of the last fort, which I actually haven't seen yet, or if any of them ever will. Although they would show up as, like, nomadic dwarves. Although you're a ranger. Ooh, I can make Marks dwarves. I may actually have to make a Marks dwarf squad. Hello, Maffle. Also, I wonder, is Micah still listed as a noble? Yeah, Duke of Grizzly Onions. Also, shit, we have a new queen. I don't think it was Iteb at the end, wasn't it? It was Maffle. It was somebody else. You want a dwarf named Lemon Tea? Doing green tea? The normal naming redemption is up too, by the way. Beard or no beard? Green tea. Is hunting for food allowed? No hunting for food. So no gathering, no hunting, no fishing. Also that, yeah, this is turned off, this is turned off. I should actually just turn off planting, but. Just a happy dwarf for Necrontyr. Do you know what you want me to name them? Because I know I've named a Necrontyr and a Tyr. I could call you Crontyr or something. Loki? Okay. But if you ask me to look up your dwarf in fort mode in real time, just remind me that they're named Loki, because I will forget that. So I need a beardless. Would you prefer a cook, a Marks dwarf, a bone carver? I don't know. You've got a few options here. Like, nobody's really pissed off yet, because nothing horrible has happened yet, knock on wood. You'll also forget. Well, I'll put Necrontyr in brackets at the end of it then. How's that, Necrontyr? Marks dwarf, okay. She is somewhat scatterbrained and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She is easily moved to mercy, and she dislikes helping others. She is very trusting, and she is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She is often cheerful and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and enjoys the company of others. When she's nervous, she tends to scratch her body. When she talks to herself when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and finds friendship burdensome and values honesty, and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes marble, fine pewter, and varisite, as well as voracious cave crawler leather, alligator snapping turtle shell, rope reed fabric, and the color burnt sienna. Slabs, giant elk for their grace, and the sound of the songs of glossing and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics. When possible, prefers to consume giant stoat, papaya, wine, and honeybee royal jelly, and absolutely hates cave spiders. She is broad and fat, and her hair is dry. You are a former member of the Taut Citadel. That's a really good dwarfy name. A+. This world is just very good for names. You worship Taron Almostanshed Anismetest. Your last name is Wilt Bridges. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. Also, we're almost through the ad break, so that was pretty good timing, I guess. Although it's actually bad timing because I need to take a piss real quick. I will be right back. Sorry, Chad. God of longevity and youth? Oh, that's okay. That's a new one for me then. Have you had several over the years, I guess? Jeff has occurred? Well, appreciate it, mate. I don't know if you've ever lurked in the stream or if it's just like happenstance gift subs, but I'm sure Darius appreciates the thank you. I'll let him know if he pops in today. Again. But yeah, that's interesting. Whoa! And that's also very kind of you. Jeff has in fact occurred, if you didn't know. Thank you for the 25-pack. That is extraordinarily generous. Cheers. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Seriously. That just shut my brain off completely. I need to name another dwarf. Necron tier, you wanted Loki. Do you have any job preference or just Loki? Weekend stream is best stream. I haven't streamed on a weekend in a very long time. I stopped streaming on weekends because, like, genuinely, like, this is when I go camping usually. And they also used to not do super well for a while there. So, I don't know. But it is nice to stream on a weekend. It's different, that's for sure. Although I've been, like, throwing around the idea of, like, changing up the schedule slightly, because sometimes when numbers shift and things change, it's like, all right, maybe add in a day or move a day around. Like, maybe move the Friday stream to a Saturday or something, you know? The cook. You'd like kick roast? This one? Here, I'll just put tier in brackets so that you can look yourself up. Does that work, or would you prefer Necron tier? But, your last name is Paint Fatal. That's also a pretty fun name. You want to be with friends. You worship Alvus. And you're a member, your previous member of the Board of Length. I guess you're a longboarder? She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She almost never feels discouraged and has a strong sense of duty. She can handle stress and is not particularly curious about the world. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this and she values friendship. She does not often feel envious of others and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and she is quite polite. She is moved by art and natural beauty and she is troubled by this and she dislikes the natural world. Paint Fatal is pretty metal, yeah. I feel like Paint Fatal would be like somebody who's like a Paint Fatal in my mind would be like the Scream painting, you know? No, you're not a Founding 7. You are a recent settler, though. You were here summer of 226. The fort was founded in 224. But you lived an unremarkable childhood and moved here. Oh wait, who's Gorge Diamond? I'm confused now. She's moved and swayed by emotional things. What an artist, naturally. Oh, the place you settled in before here? Oh, okay. Well, is that like the only history you had from before was like you settled in that other place and then you moved here? Can I make a new squad? I'm going to make a crossbow squad. Yes, I can. I am going to put lemon tea into this squad. I'm making a crossbow squad, and I will make them crossbows and get them to do things. But for right now, I'm just going to send them out, like, almost immediately, because I need to get some more dwarves off the map. This is how many explorer jobs we've done, for reference. This is just me exploring abandoned sites and collecting books. That is all that I'm doing. Because it belongs in my library. And the other squad's just returned. If they get back quick enough, maybe I will. That's one. Now I just need this last one to come back. There you are. So the one problem with running a fort like this is it's actually really hard for me to read all the living dwarves in the fort. So if you want to know if your dwarf is still alive, you can check in Legends, but I'll read through the dwarves that are currently here. Callie Love, Shinobi, Crub the Grub, Link the Sky Spear, Flurf McMurph, Founder, Ray Matildrum, and Gorg and then some. We've got Judosi and one Daizu. If you don't end up with a Necromancer by the end of this, you'll be shocked. I'm not raiding any towers, so someone would have had to move a book to a Necromancer hold, from a Necromancer hold to a temple, and I'm only raiding temples, so I don't know. I actually would be a little bit surprised if I did, because I think I can maybe count on one hand the number of times I've actually acquired Necromancer books from temples. Like, it's not, it hasn't happened that many times to me. But Vampire, I think, is maybe more likely. Well, I don't know. No more or less likely, but I also didn't get any Necromancer. Actually, is there even any towers around here? I haven't really thought about it, but there's like one up there. There's kind of none down there. Is there any over here? Yeah, this area is like pretty clean of necromancy. Yeah, there is definitely necromancy in this world, but it's not super prolific. Like, it hasn't like I haven't actually thought about it all that much, but it doesn't seem to have taken over a ton. Like, there's definitely a few towers, but it's not it's not a super active part of this world, it seems. Like, there's definitely a few of them. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware they don't need to eat. But I don't know, doesn't that kind of like defeat the point in a way? Okay, so Crub the Grub has been elected Baron. And I was going to put the Baron's anvil there, but I think I'm actually going to put it into his temple. I'm going to put the copper warhammer there, which is an artifact, which we've acquired. And I'm going to put the Baron's anvil in his throne room. I'm going to go up here and just type in gold armor stand, gold throne, gold table, gold weapon rack. And also, Clino, it's good to see you. Hope you're lurking well. Appreciate you. Clip leader, what the hell? Twitch? Very few people clip things. Very few people clip things, Diamond. That's why Twitch is like adding a feature that like hears when a streamer says someone should clip that and clips the last 2 minutes as a private clip, which I actually can't wait for that to release. I'm stoked for that to be a feature. I think the sword I will give to the Baron so that they just equip it, because that's one way to keep it safe. And then the anvil I will put into here. Also, Baron of Violenthunger is one fucking hell of a name. I'm very happy with the name that we landed on for this fortress, Violenthunger. 2 thumbs up. Like, that's pretty good. It's pretty crappy? I don't actually agree with that, but okay, sure. But yeah, no, I'm very I'm very excited for a feature where Twitch automatically clips things. Yeah, which honestly I think is like I think it runs slowly on some web browsers, but I honestly prefer the more integrated interface. Like I think it's actually a pretty good interface, all things considered. But I don't know. I mean, you're entitled to that opinion. I think it's pretty good these days. It's certainly better than the one that YouTube has. I mean, I use what's it called? I use LibreWolf, and I'll be honest, using LibreWolf, it's a very nice web browser. I really like it. It has a lot of features that I really enjoy using. However, the problem with using LibreWolf is it's kind of like saying I hate my life and I want everything to be sucky, because it's like Firefox, but because it has so many privacy features built in, half of the websites on the internet just straight up don't work. And there's been times where like I've closed it and opened Firefox and shit loads properly. So like I feel you there. Like Firefox is a little bit of that sometimes because a lot of things are just default designed to run on Chrome. But clipping is pretty easy because all you need to do is hit Alt X if you're on a computer, and then just like title it and save it. Like you don't actually need to interact with it at all.
Chat.
Eurus Games, thank you very much for the 34th month, at least on my web browser, which is, like I said, just like Firefox if you hate yourself. Eurist, thank you very much for the 34th month. Check it, get a round of beers for Eurist, keeping that subscription alive for 34 months. Appreciate you. I would like the option to crawl forward on clips by 1/10 of a second. So you want more precise editing functions. Little drag bars are ass. You know, honestly, when it comes to clips, I'll just say this. Do me a favor. If there's something that's worth clipping, clip it and don't be too specific. Because if somebody clips a clip and names it, it is given to me in a little interface at the end of the stream, and I go in and I edit them. It's pretty clear usually where people wanted them to land. Like, don't worry about editing, like, the vertical one. Don't worry about doing any of that. I do that, like, in post, if stuff's been clipped. So, like, I don't know. If you see the option, just do it. Cool. People are, in fact, making green glass. The other thing I need to do is I need to go over to this right here. Just make cheese. And I need to go to here. I need to just butcher everything. We're doing okay on food at the minute, I think. We're also going to brew drink from fruit, brew drink from plant. I do need to get all of my food inside, though, because currently this is, like, kind of not the best setup, but it is what it is. Another thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go here and build a drawbridge, which will just be made out of obsidian. And I will go to here and go... Oh, well, that was quick. The Hillocks of Attic Relics, half a day's travel to the southeast, has been founded and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity and has been incorporated into your holdings. That's a new location we could visit in adventure mode if we so chose. Minecart's trigger. Minecart's trigger. Minecart's trigger. Minecart's trigger. Minecart's trigger. Minecart's trigger. Done. And then down in here, well, actually what I really need is I just need rock blocks. So let's just... Well, okay, actually, okay. Let me do something. I'm going to deconstruct you. So I do actually need to get some things inside. And deconstruct you. And where in the fuck could I possibly... Yeah, let's just go over here. Well, no, that should be a throne room. What if I... make another stairwell down somewhere over here? Like down to here. And then this could be a little manufacturing area. Because I do kind of need like a little like stone manufacturing area slash storage starting spot. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little walkway that goes this way. Spicy water's animated? Hasn't it always been? Oh wait, you mean in my emotes? Yeah, like that emote was always an animated emote. Did you have like emote animations disabled? I do that, so that wouldn't super surprise me if you had those disabled, because I disabled them. But yeah, that emote's always been animated. That was quite literally the purpose and point of that emote, is animated lava. So I'm going to do... Let's just get rid of the green glass pots. Because I think we've got enough pots at the moment. It's green glass is the Green Workstation's YouTube chat. Newish emote, yep. Yeah, I've had that one for a little bit. I didn't make much noise about it. I think I posted it on Discord once. It's the editor emote, basically, because I have an editor who helps me with some of my videos. Not all of them, just some of them. Let's just get rid of this for the minute, because I'm going to have to redo it anyway. Because all the blocks are moving. What if I don't do that? I'm a little worried about this being a liability for the future, but let's leave it as is for right now, and we'll see what we end up doing with it. Maybe I'll go down another layer over here and connect these two. Yeah, it has been a little while. I was actually thinking about you recently, Diamond, because I haven't like seen you around as much recently. I was like, I wonder what Diamond's up to. I do actually think about random viewers more often than maybe people think or realize. Like, for somebody who like I know, and I say, "Oh hey, welcome back." If you don't watch for like 2-3 weeks, don't feel bad about it. But like, there are points where I'm like, I wonder what they're up to. I haven't seen that person in a while. It's just kind of a curiosity thing. Yeah, now you can write fan fiction in chat. Diamond. You can literally sit there and type up the tales of the... You could also use that as a Wikipedia editor emote. Somebody I saw use that as a Greybeard emote. Like, I use Linux, by the way, but that emote... Or I use Arch, by the way. Which is, like, wild that that's actually a thing that some people... That so many more people are saying, unironically now. I know you do, Weed. I know you do. Although, come on. You say that you use Arch, but we all know that you're using Cashy. That's like me saying that I use like, Debian when I'm on Mint. Says something controversial. Avocado on toast. Is that so controversial, or have people finally grown up on that one yet? I'm actually planning to move to Debian Trixie because it's a little bit more up to date. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, I stand corrected then. Weed. I stand corrected. And I shall sit in agreeance. Because I ain't standing up. That's too much work. I'm not getting paid enough for that. From Mint to Nobara? Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from Nobara. Nothing against it, really. It's just... I think, like, my pathway forward is much... maybe not much more, but more vanilla. And I customize it distributions versus the... This is a prepackaged for a purpose-built thing distributions. This is kind of where I'm at. Mint is a distribution of Linux that is very easy to get into and understandable to a layman. I know they're all editable. It depends on what it shows up with. Yeah, that's fair. From Bluetooth issue that you had? I've run into a couple issues with Linux since switching, but I'll be completely honest with you. They're literally all my own fault. Like, it's usually I'm just gonna like back up everything right now and just punch holes in this OS until I either fix a thing that I'm trying to fix or break it so much that I have to restore it. And then I update and then do a restore. Because like there's something kind of fun and liberating about doing that. It's actually like the easiest way for me to learn how to do it. I think that those people are a bunch of fucking cunts and need to grow the fuck up. Genuinely, real gamer cow, that is my take on that. I've gotten a couple comments on that because like I made a video when I first switched to Linux, which was literally like my first time like in decades running desktop Linux. And recently I've gotten a handful of comments from people that are just like, use Arch, Mint sucks, like Mint is for like basically people just like, here's a bunch of insults. Stop using Mint. To which I have to say, and gatekeeping is the problem with Linux. Don't be part of the problem. Like literally that video was a while ago. And two, it's literally I made a video of me switching to Linux. Don't gatekeep things that help people get into Linux. Period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2. I'm just seeing if I actually have the space to do this. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Okay, so this last one needs to go this way. Which I can do. I need to make this one further away. Should be fine. Be a grumpy guy. There literally isn't a single grumpy dwarf in this fort. You look at the moods before you make requests. The biggest obstacle to Linux users... No, the biggest obstacle to Linux, like with many things within tech, are chuds. And if you are an asshole to people on the internet, you are an obstacle and you are part of the problem. And it doesn't matter the topic. It doesn't matter what it is. Every single thing on the internet has people who act like that about the thing. If it's a thing people like, people will act like that. I could give you somebody who's like kind of mid in the mood. Like around here, but that's just the little yellow faces is as far as I've got. I would also say like it's Linux people are like Counter-Strike players. They think that they're better because they have an arbitrary number that's higher. Or the insufferable Linux people, I guess, are like Counter-Strike players. They think that they're better because they have more skins, or they think that they're better because they have a slightly higher ELO. Whereas, like, Windows users are just like whiny Karens of like, oh, everything else is hard, and I need this one piece of software to do my job. And Mac users are just like, I'm superior, but I don't actually know how to use computers. And I have this computer because it was given to me but for my job. And you are bad because you don't use Mac. But I am superior to you because I have a Mac. Also, my computer cost 5 times the amount of any other normal computer. And it slices my hand open when I open my laptop. I am superior because it was given to me for my work. And I am a wealthy, classy individual for owning a Mac. Also, I can't make my rent because I spent all this money on this Mac. And that's how I feel about all the different insufferable people within computers. I'm waiting for this ad break to end. Yeah, but like on Linux, you could have an efficient processor. You just need to buy one, right? But yeah, I don't know. That's why I will just like aggressively push back at anybody who's just like, you are wrong for not using the distro that I like. Because if somebody is making their computer hardware last longer and not like accepting arbitrary like how do I word this? Not accepting arbitrary obsolescence, they're on the right team, and you need to support that. Period. Whether it's like fucking a corporate ass Ubuntu, Fedora, Arch, Manjaro, Debian, I don't know, fucking Hannah Montana. As long as you're like not throwing your computer in the garbage, we're winning. Oh no, I understand that the meme is 100% a meme because you're like affectionately / argumentatively mocking the people who say that unironically. I completely get it, but like I think that I'm perpetuating this conversation because I did have somebody pop into my YouTube comments like a week ago saying, if you are using Mint, you are an idiot. Use an actual distro like Arch. And it's like, okay. Okay. Pushes up glasses. No. So yeah, that's don't gatekeep Linux is the entire basis of what I'm trying to verbalize. Please. Actually, don't need to go that far up. So if that's there, that can be there, that can be there, that can be there. Actually, no, let's just make this square and I'll fill it in later. Seeing that video? Aqualust? It's not for everyone? No, totally. I mean, you could say the same thing about like many different things for like there's a special kind of fun for customizing your own thing, like computers, cars, front lawns. There's like a special kind of fun about customizing almost anything. If it exists, somebody customizes it, makes it their own, and that's part of being human and what makes it valuable. I'm just going to pause game for a second while I do this. I do actually like how I kind of have to focus more than I like to admit when I'm doing that. Though I think the one thing that all Linux users can agree on is that people who are exclusively using NixOS are nuts. I think that's like the one thing that I've like seen more or less everybody kind of agree on. Is like, nope, that's too much. It's like, if you're using Nix as your daily driver, respect, I could never do it. That is all. Period. Oh, I wanted statues. Make a little pinwheel. Hi, Nuts. It's good to see you. Also, intern wanted a grumpy guy, and I didn't name anybody. So if you want a grumpy guy, I could give you, like, Maffle, who's pretty grumpy in comparison. I could give you Kumil, who's pretty grumpy. I could give you the mayor, who's, like, probably not going to be grumpy for long, but is pretty mid. Also, a lost intern as a name for the mayor is, like, 2 thumbs up funny. You broke your daily driver today? Oh, no! No longer driving daily, that's for sure. Unless you want me to name him something else, but I just kind of default to your username. So, a lost intern then? Thumbs up. Is a really funny name for a mayor. I'm not even supposed to be here today! Is hauling a gold goblet. He is inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. He prefers to be alone and never would pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He has a low sense of self-esteem and he finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a calm demeanor and he tends to be swayed by emotions of others. He has an active sense of humor and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He tends to think before acting and he has an active imagination. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors but grumbles only mildly at weather. Linux from scratch for 10 minutes and then head pain and left. Yeah, that's fair. Also, I'm going to put spaces in here just so it's a little easier to read. I might also drop the so just lost intern. He's fetching wine for the Baron. He personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and sees war as a useful means to an end, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes granite and aluminum and sard, as well as berry wood, giant Kia leather, cotton paper, and figurines and donkeys for their stubbornness, and giant hamsters for their puffy cheeks. And the words, and when possible, he prefers to consume durian wine and absolutely hates large roaches. You wish that Office 365 worked constantly with wine? Yeah, I have no idea what running Office 365 is like. He has a medium-length beard. I don't actually think I've ever even used Office 365, but that's like because most people use it for work. He has a medium-length beard that is neatly combed. He worships Earth, of course. And you are a mayor of the starvation of gluttons. Welcome. Pretty young dwarf, too. 43 years old. Although a lot of the dwarves I find in this world are pretty young. Needs grounded, or needs a gear for grounding. I'll have you know I was running Manjaro on my streaming PC for a little bit. Not my, like my one that's plugged into the TV to stream games to it, just because it has such a low spec. But now it's running Fedora, which seems to work better. I kind of gave up on Manjaro after like 2 weeks. Because literally all it needs to do is load Steam successfully. Oh, squads are back. I mean, for whatever it's worth, that computer isn't even connected to, like, the network, or to the internet. It's literally just connected to my local network, and literally just loads Steam into big picture mode, and then I select a game to stream from the main PC to the TV, and that's all that it does. That is the only purpose it serves, and it works. But it's just, like, too low spec of a computer to take any of the game, to really do anything with any of the gaming focus distros. I'm trying to normalize something. People are calling Microsoft Microslop, which is good, A+, but I no longer call Copilot Copilot, it's Copilot. I'm just intentionally mispronouncing it. So one, people don't know what I'm talking about, and two, I don't help their marketing. And it's a fun word to say out loud. Try it, see if it fits. Copilot? Copilot's also pretty good, but that's a little harder to say. Joy Fist? Okay. Oh, there's a monist. Carnal Wax! Okay, I will go for the Carnal Wax once those two have returned. Cop out a lot? Yeah, that's also not bad. Just waiting until they've all returned. Ah, of course, we need a temple complex and a high priest because we have enough worshippers here now for that. What's the value of this currently? I need like a handful more statues. Am I like out of gold? I must be. Oh, they literally just haven't queued those up yet. Makes sense. Would help if I had my numpad enabled when I went to go type something with my numpad. God, that is such a fucking wild story. Crafton. Jeez. Skolter in YouTube chat says, I work with Azure and Copilot keeps lying about how things work to me. That's painful. Chat, to those of you who are forced to use language models for work, or like AI systems for work, how often do you ask them if they're bullshitting? Like, is that real? Like, did you make that one up? Are you sure about that? Because I am of the opinion that we don't ask them that enough. Are you sure if that's a good idea? I mean, I don't know. Uh-oh. Why are these two dwarves fighting? This is confusing. So a fight just broke out between Dobar, who's now winded, and one of my recruits. She's got 2 lovers. Do either of them live in my fort? Join Rough. What a good name, Abel. What was the other dwarf that it started with? Dodok and Dobar. Why did you just, like, out of nowhere attack this dwarf? What was the purpose of that? I mean, that's a fair take, Merlin's fan. Why did that just happen? Oh, wait, hold up. Did you get convicted of a crime? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not allowed to export figurines, and I exported a figurine. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Well, I'm sure he'll heal. I don't have a hospital yet, and if I do have a hospital, he'll die because he'll wait to get water brought to him, and I literally won't be able to bring water to him. So, quite literally, there is nothing I can do about that. Unfortunately. Zulban the Planter has been taken by a Feymood. And you are going to be a stone stockpile for just other stone. And no wheelbarrow. And don't take from anywhere. You are going to be a minecart route that's going to go right there. I don't have any minecarts, so that's fine. You're going to load other rocks. We're just going to call this other rocks. And you are going to load from right there. And this stockpile can be a little bit bigger, actually. You can go up to there, maybe over to there, and over to there. Actually, let's just do that. That should be fine. And I need to now make a... And I'm going to melt some anvils, and I'm actually just going to go up to you and just say melt a metal object, please. So they're all leaving, and you're now right here, and you've been taken by a strange mood. Let's follow you. Are you asking me or chat? Chat, how are you feeling about the Saturday stream? I mean, I'm doing this because numbers have been weird recently, like not as many people have been tuning in, so I've been throwing around the idea in my brain of maybe not changing, probably keeping the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but maybe swapping Friday for a different day. Because Friday streams tend to do kind of poorly, and they have for a while. I think a lot of people just get off work early that day and then don't do internet stuff that day. But, and then also because I missed Tuesday, Wednesday this week, so I streamed Thursday, Friday, and now I'm here on Saturday. I use bins constantly. I just don't use them ubiquitously for everything. Gib. Like cloth, bars, a leather, silk, soap, blocks, all bins. All bins all the time. There's some wild animals that I can't do anything with, so I will chuck them in the volcano. Noble sacrifice. The god is pleased. The all-seeing quacker will, in fact, bless this sacrifice. They seem to have fixed that, like, actually there was a patch a while ago that said that they fixed that, but I kind of kept doing it out of habit. But yeah, it does seem like they fixed it. Yes. I'm not entirely sure when that happened, but it's been a bit ago. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers for the quacrifice? Because I just like saying that now. It's good to see you, Wilter. Or Walter. In YouTube chat. I don't know why I said Wilter. Seed barrel is still a problem? I have not run into any job cancellations from it, so I believe you, but I haven't seen any job cancellations from seed barrels in a long time. Although I am very specific about what types of seeds go into what stockpiles, so maybe that's got something to do with it. The planter has created Avanabir. A green glass weapon rack. Oh, okay, that's cool. I can work with that. And offers it to the starvation of gluttons. Your faces are ugly now. What do you mean? I'm gonna throw that artifact right there. I'm going to put a pedestal right there. And I'm going to put a throne right here. I'm going to throw 2 doors in the front. I think it's because, like, I use specific types of stockpiles for specific types of seeds. And I just allow barrels in them now. So, like, I mean, in this fortress, I'm just cooking all of my seeds. So it's, like, kind of a moot point, really. Because, like, if you actually go to my cooking permissions, it's like... Actually, I should cook the dimple cup spawn. Like, all of this is just... All of these seeds are just getting cooked. So... Oh, you can change those in your user settings. You have to go, like, click on the user appearance, which is the little red film camera icon in chat, and you can change what smileys you use. Frog for hire. Hi back, I'm blind. Good to see you, Laya. I will accept this temple complex. Let's go. Do I even have one of those? No, I don't. I should just make a gold altar. Just one. Probably has some statues. Yeah, I do. Probably throw a couple more tables and chairs, etc. in here. You can do that, Gib, but then you need much larger stockpiles. Because Gib points out that you can turn off, like, put similar food items in barrels. And that does help. Or that does fix, like, I think basically all the issues. But then you just need much bigger stockpiles after that point. Just a few more chairs coming in, which probably will get us up high enough, because I think those chairs are like 300 Dwarf bucks a piece. There we go. Recognize High Priest. Lucio is now the Exalted Blade. And... Chat, do you think Flurf McGurf or Montecore sounds like a better Sacred Slaughter religious leader? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that just sounds like you're a micromanagement player in that case. I think, like, I had this discussion for kind of a while yesterday where, like, I think a lot of the biggest problems that Dwarf Fortress has are absolutely solvable mechanically within the game. The game just doesn't tell you that you can, and half the players of the game call it a bug. But it's like, have they fixed the bug yet? And I'm like, well, no. But if you set up that industry correctly, it's not an issue. So it's like, is it a bug or is it just like poorly explained mechanics? I'm genuinely like at this point where like I think a lot of the most referred to issues with Dwarf Fortress aren't actually bugs. They're actually just like, I mean, there's a way to set that up where you don't have any issues. Like you said, like not blending barrels or just being very specific with your stockpiles. Like all of that will fix it. What's the deal with the seed barrels? So bins are stored horizontally. Barrels are stored vertically. Seeds go into bags. So if items go into a barrel, dwarves can only take out the item on the top of the barrel. If you have 15 bags of seeds in your barrel with different kinds of seeds in them, and plump helmets are in the bottom bag, and I don't know, onions are in the top bag, if you tell your dwarves to brew or to plant plump helmets, and the only plump helmet seeds are at the bottom of the bag, or at the bottom of the barrel, they can't get to them. That's the issue. So if you remove barrels, then they can get to them. But I'm just very specific about my seed stockpiles and where I put them. Chat's saying Monty. Okay, we're going with Monty Core then. It is now the Sacred Slaughter. And Lucio is the Exalted Blade. They have almost the same haircut. Well, actually, that's not true. Lucio has a shorter haircut. Be better if they had the same haircut, but oh well. Okay, so this right here will be the Queen's throne room. Or not the Queen, the Baron's throne room. Him and his cool-ass sword. Just walking around with a sword. We'll get his anvil over there, which is his artifact. Which we'll keep by his bed. And I'm going to go here and just type in rock blocks. No, I want to do 1500. And then I need to go to you, right here. And I need to assign a minecart once I've made one, which I haven't. Wooden minecart. I'll just make one. That'll do. I mean, yeah, that would work. Marmalade. Usually what I do is I only use the seeds that are going into that specific stockpile. So I'll make one for like plump helmets, cave wheat, pigtails, basically. And there's just always enough accessible that I don't run into issues. So, or at least that must be what it is, because I like haven't actually clocked that as an issue for quite some time. Because I thought that they'd fixed that, but chat's telling me it's still a problem, so I will take their word for it. And then this also needs to be a bedroom for the mayor. This over here needs to be a dining room. And let's just go here. Just go door to door. And dining hall. And Baron. So now at the very least... Okay, that's kind of wild. You're satisfied by all three of your dining rooms? By all three of your... Oh. Oh, I see. It's... No, you're not overlapping. I don't actually know why there's a singular 2 tiles over there. That's weird. But it's like this, this, and this. Satisfied with all of them? That's nuts, actually. Just from the, like, gold tables. It is technically day 3 of New Fort, yeah. Pace Mazik. But it's been pretty slow going because of the low population, because everybody's off map all the time. It is noon. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. I will be right back. Ads are gonna run in like a minute, so I'm just gonna run them right now. I will be back momentarily, chat. All right. I did, I think, in regards to piss and peace. Does anyone mess with adventure mode? I do. I mean, there was adventure mode in the last video that I did. I use adventure mode as like a in-between fortresses thing because there's a lot of stuff that you can only do in adventure mode. So sometimes I will have goals or like themes that require starting in adventure mode. But that's primarily how I use it because like while it's a really neat thing and like a really fun way to like explore your world, there isn't a lot to it outside of the combat. So I find it very difficult to stream. I know that there are some people who really, really like it just like as a sandbox to like explore. Kind of like a RPG walking sim or exploring sim. But yeah, I that's how I like to play it. I know that like in the future, it's likely going to end up with more unique individual mechanics, but at the minute, that's what I use it for and how I prioritize it. But yeah, I mean, I use it quite frequently, generally. I'm literally going to throw some coins onto this pedestal. Where are the coins? There they are. Boop. And also, let's make gold coins. Reminds you of Daggerfall? It's definitely one of those things where historically it never got as much development because the majority of the people who played Dwarf Fortress played Fortress mode exclusively. And so like if Tarn would spend a bunch of time updating adventure mode, there was always like a small contingent, maybe not, there was always like a portion of the audience, and it wasn't a small portion, it was like a decent size of the player base of Dwarf Fortress that would just be like, oh no, it's just an adventure mode update. I'll wait until the next update. And I think that there are still people like that because it is a very niche thing, just the gameplay of it. And I think that sucks. What it really is, and I think the reason everybody should mess with it, at least a little bit, even if it's not really your speed, is purely because it'll teach you how the combat in Dwarf Fortress works, because it lets you, like, see exactly what's going on in Dwarf Fortress combat while the dwarves are fighting and you're just kind of staring at them and can't really see the minute details of what's actually happening. And I think that that's actually really important for being able to fully appreciate the intricacies and the depth of the combat, because a lot of people, I think, just sail right over it and don't even see it. So just based on that, I think it is worth spending, 15 to 20 hours, like, exploring a world and learning how to do the combat, because it will teach you how to micro your dwarves and manage your dwarves better in Fortress mode. But just note that it is a very weird thing. It's interesting as well because it's the same engine as Dwarf Fortress, right? So, like, you know how, I guess this is kind of a bad example, but whenever, because there's very few studios that, like, have a game that runs in their engine that they also sell, except for, like, maybe Epic and Fortnite. It's like whenever Fortnite comes out with a new update, they're also updating Unreal Engine. Whenever a change is made to Adventure mode, it affects the mechanics in Fortress mode because they both are essentially different games in the same engine that run on the same base level mechanics. So when there's a bunch of Adventure mode development time done, it massively affects Fortress mode. And so when Tarn's doing a bunch of Adventure mode development, in a way, it's kind of like engine development for Dwarf Fort. And so it helps you learn a lot about, like, what's going on in the game. Even though Adventure mode was, like, the original mode, and it's, like, it is what this game was supposed to be originally. The managing a fortress aspect of it was, like, happened out of convenience more than anything. But it is really cool when, like, you run into your own dwarves from a previously abandoned fortress that have scattered. What's the theme of this fort? Generally, you can find that by typing !goal. But the theme of this fortress is no food production. So all of the food in the fortress is imported. I'm allowed to slaughter imported animals. I'm allowed to brew imported plants. I'm allowed to make cheese from imported milk. But I'm not allowed to farm anything, period. I'm not allowed to gather. I'm not allowed to hunt. And I'm not allowed to fish. And if wild animals wander onto the map, I can't butcher them if they get caught in my cage traps. So I'm just periodically throwing them into the volcano. And so that's why most of the dwarves aren't actually on the map right now and are actually, like, out exploring random sites that are far away. By most players who use it, sure. I do know a few people who only play Adventure mode, though. Gib? I would actually say no, it's not a good thing to start as Adventure mode. I think, like, what you should do if you are a new player to Dwarf Fortress, Arganthi, is play, like, a fortress, maybe two, then play an adventurer in the same world and try and find your own fortress. That would be my advice. Because Fortress mode is the much more engaging of the two. Like, I like Adventure mode. Adventure mode's fun. But it's nowhere near as engaging as Fortress mode is. So if you want, like, unless you have, like, a high tolerance for, like, unfinished systems and jank, I would genuinely just recommend that you start with Fortress mode, and then once you've built a fortress or two, try Adventure mode to get a little bit more mechanical context for how, like, the mechanics of the game work. That would be my advice. But I would advise that you play Adventure mode. There are some people who are like, Adventure mode bad, and okay. Like, every now and again, I'll see somebody on, like, the Steam forums, which is probably just rage bait anyway, so it doesn't really matter, who are like, stop wasting time in Adventure mode development and stuff like that. It's like, well, it's literally engine development for Fort mode. So, like, Fort mode benefits for engine mode. Fortress mode benefits when Adventure mode is getting updates. Okay, yeah, that is, like, one of the things that, like, if you ever hear about somebody that you know playing Dwarf Fortress and doing what Cow said, try and encourage them to keep playing in the same worlds. Like, playing in a new world every time the fort dies. Like, I understand, like, generating, like, 30 worlds before you find one you like. That makes sense to me, but do try to, like, keep a world alive for a while is maybe the biggest piece of advice I'll give you. And whether that's like exploring in adventure mode, playing another fortress, or whatever, just make sure that you play in each fortress that each world that you play in for a while. I think like and I've said this before, like people often ask me what I want to see this game do and what I want to see added to this game. Let me dig in adventure mode, put building back into adventure mode, which they're working on, and let me farm and give civilians in cities basic routines that make sense and make it easier to complete quests. And I think adventure mode would be really cool if you could dig and build in adventure mode. Because there is like a weird roleplay survival sandbox in there that right now is mostly just like a mercenary sim or like a bandit sim, because like that's the most developed part of it is the combat. And the mercenary or bandit or evil necromancer sim murder hobo game is fun. It is interesting. And there's a lot there to do. But if we ever get to a point where it is just like mini life sim in the world of Dwarf Fortress, I think that'll be one of the most positive changes they could ever make. Because anything that'll keep people playing adventure mode is a benefit for Fortress mode. Because Fortress mode is already a pretty good game that a lot of people really like. That is very unique and interesting, which is why I play it. But it could genuinely be significantly more if adventure mode was more compelling to more people. Putnam has told me that you could actually render Dwarf Fortress in first person with how the engine works, but then very, very vehemently it stated, you do not actually want that, though. And I tend to agree. You probably don't actually want that. What would I remove from DF? What would I remove from DF? I don't think I would remove anything. I think I would just rebalance things. You know, you stumped me. That's a new one. If I say KVs, will you guys be mad at me? That's also kind of a joke response, not like a Kias. No, I like Kias. Kias are fun. I wouldn't remove Kias. Maybe you would. What would I remove from Dwarf Fortress? You don't like the cave adaptation? That's very easy to mod out. I really like cave adaptation. They're really hard to find these days, Gib. Elves. Well, grab an axe and get to it, Sculptor. Yeah, all I can think of is like joke answers, really. I would remove the gems and lava from the adamantine spires. The gems, the water, and the lava from the adamantine spires I don't like. I would do that. I would go back to the... I'm okay with like the monsters being in them. But I would go back to basically just like either obsidian or plain rock and adamantine in the middle. I liked the old adamantine spires more. I think that's maybe the only thing I can think of. You want to know a life hack then, Heavy Risk? Hit escape, click settings, click difficulty, click custom, and then click the third option in the list and set it to no. You're welcome. Oh, then click done. You could also disable them during World Gen too. So like you can remove curses. So you can make it so you just straight up can't get werebeasts in a world. Like, you'll get vampires, but you won't get werebeasts. Werebeasts are kind of a skill check. It is true. And they can be a pretty tough skill check as well. I need this. Actually, I'm just realizing I need to change this slightly. Yeah, I need to change this. I need the bridge to be over here. Can still get curses, but you can't cause curse. Yeah, I don't know about the minutia there, but... I'm trying to think how I can fix this. Basically, I need to move all these forward one, and I need to move these to where the drawbridge is. I screwed up. Oh well, I can fix this. Just have to rebuild it. This is what I get for not counting tiles when I'm building and building too quickly. Okay, let's go to jeweler. No, actually, I don't want to put a jeweler there. I want to put something else here. What do I want to put here, though? Could just put a craft store shop down here. No, let's put a mechanic down here. That's a good spot for the mechanic shop. I realize that's not, that one there is not going to get built. That's fine. I clicked it by mistake. This will look really cool when I'm done with it, I swear. So we're cutting off the air supply? No, I'm just rebuilding it quite a bit. I'm just rebuilding it. I'm just trying to decide if I want to... Because right now, the way I'm setting this up... Well, not really, actually. I may get some job cancellations the way I'm currently setting this up, I guess, is what I should state. Okay, so down in here, I'm just going to throw in a bunch of beds. Although I don't actually have that many. Literally just 3 at the moment. And then just... Bed! We'll make 10. I'll be fine. Gotcha. Diamond. See you in a few. This fortress is going to be weird, actually, when it comes to material. Because I'm going to need to basically harvest silk. But I'm going to have to do it down here, actually, so thanks for reminding me. I'm going to cut out a real big area down here. And then I'm just going to fortify a bunch of these walls and let spiders in. Oopsies. Would it make sense to put a roof over the volcano? Yes and no. I mean, I'm actually kind of planning to keep the forges on top of the volcano and not put them underground. It would probably be safer to put a roof on the volcano. That much is pretty much for sure. Am I going to, though? I don't know, actually. That I don't know about. I haven't fully decided yet. I do need to get my food inside. That's something I really need to do that I haven't done yet. But, which maybe I'll do over here. Up there. Would make sense. Oh, I also need to tell you to load from there, which I haven't done yet. Where's the baronet? Over here making gold statues. What a good dwarf. Also, I should mention that the Name Something Redemption is available if you would like it. But I will say that a couple magma men have wandered out of the volcanoes, so it might not be a bad idea to put a roof over your volcano if you're doing such things, you know? Beard or no beard? Weed? Do you have a preference of job or just any job? Also, Weed, because you are a tier 2 subscriber, you don't actually need to use that command. You can literally type an exclamation point dwarf. I think I sent this to you in the email, but you can use that, and I will give Diamond 1 as well, using mine. How do you let spiders in? I'll show you. All J Mighty. So a Diamond, beard or no beard, and any job preferably angry. None of the dwarves are angry. In fact, literally they're less angry than they were the last time somebody asked for that. So
Crypt sip.
The least happy dwarves are two ladies who are mid, and then it's these dwarves. Like, literally everybody is thrilled in this fortress. Stonecoat, thanks for the 28th month, and thanks for the first notification of money in an hour. Appreciate you, mate. And all Jam Fry, thank you very much for becoming a big YouTube member. Chat, can I get a round of beers for both that resub from Stonecoat and the big YouTube member? But how's an engraver sound? Or maybe a actually, you know, you say pothead. Furnace operator sounds like a pothead. It's either that or the chef, you know? The furnace operator wants to socialize. He wants excitement. He wants to acquire an object, cause trouble, and argue. He feels strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He's quick to form negative views about things, and he is slow to trust others. He often acts with compassion, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and has an active imagination. Towny World? Tuoni World? Thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Appreciate you. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that? He's quick to form negative views about things and is slow to trust others and often acts with compassion. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he does not easily hate or does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he has a active imagination. He has a greedy streak, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can handle stress and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He rolls his eyes when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. And dreams of raising a family. He forms strong emotional bonds with others. At times, I already read that. He worships the god of death, of course, and has no friends. Diamond would like beardless dwarf. Whoopsies. I could give you Meng the Miner. I could give you Adil. Can dwarves be renamed? If a dwarf is already nicknamed, I don't rename them, though. But if a person who named one wants to add something to their name, they can. I don't see why not. But I don't want to, like, have you take somebody else's dwarf. That's rude. Something with gears. I literally don't have any mechanics. Yeah, that'd be mean. Unless, like, you mean something else by rename. Diamond End Room lacks confidence in her abilities and finds obligations confining, but she's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She can handle stress and is quick to form negative views about things. She begins to talk more slowly when she's exasperated, and when she's thinking, she clicks her tongue repeatedly. She cracks her knuckles when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally values artwork and does not care about family one way or another. And she likes daysight and red spinel and creeping eye leather and giant great horned owl bone. The color buff bolts and craps and caps and slabs, and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume strawberry wine and absolutely hates slugs. You have a husband who is a recruit, who is not here right now, so you're not going to see your husband very much. Welcome to the fort. I have no military in the fort right now. The giantess Ismirlanguluth has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in sight. Hey, chat, can I get a vile force of darkness, please, and a round of beers for good luck? And an if you're me internally. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and get them all underground and then hope it gets caught in a cage. It's pretty far away. It doesn't have anything fun in its inventory. It's killed some humans a while ago. And its last name is Take Matched. Insert obligatory, oh look, boobies joke. Don't tell YouTube, they might get mad at me. Not YouTube chat, you guys are fine. Just there's no cops here, right? Because it is a lady giant. And they are giant. Anyway, let's jump up here. Yeah, so I do have cages in all these cage traps. So I'm going to enable this for everybody. I'm just taking dwarves off of jobs because then they'll reclaim jobs that are closer. And so everybody runs inside. Because the place I've told them to go is literally in this temple. Actually, let's expand this ever so slightly so that the dwarves who aren't welcome in that temple can go elsewhere. Oh, hey, there's also a magma man on the map. That's fun. I want to throw the giant in the volcano. Let's see who wins. Ha! Got him! A noble sacrifice this will be. Hey, chat. We did it. Praise the miners. We shall follow the giant and see where she ends up. Dessert for the volcano, nonetheless. Tarn apparently... So, I haven't seen the graphics for this. I can't wait to see the graphics for this. One of the things that Tarn has talked about recently that he wants to add, that I'm super excited about, is the upgrades to cage traps so that they need to be a different type of cage trap if it's a large creature or a... what's it called? If it's a large creature or a mega beast that require basically a wagon to move. I really, really, really want to see that in the game. I really hope that makes it in soon. Can you be the giant? The giant's about to get thrown into a volcano and die. Do you want to be sacrificed to a volcano? I'll do it if you want it, but only if you're sure. Like, just know it. You are literally signing up to be lava food. If you insist. You're welcome. Yeah, the diplomacy is like actually the thing that I'm the most excited for, but like the cage thing is a close second. She's incredibly calm demeanor, and she is extremely confident in herself with situations requiring her skills. She's prone to strong feelings of lust, and she is easily moved to mercy. Although I guarantee you, if they do implement that and you do actually need to move them like wagons, immediately what's going to happen is there's going to be a contingency of people that say that they're bugged because they can't move. Guarantee you that's going to happen. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and is curious and eager to learn, and is about to have a lava bath. Actually, I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm just going to pop up to here. I'm just going to go to the smelt native ore, and I'm just going to be like, boop, boop, only 2 shops. And only 1 shop on you. I'm just going to let the game run until somebody comes to get this creature. Well, she's going to get released, don't worry. She is, in fact, going to get released. And there's no negative thoughts with being on fire, so. Aside from choking on smoke while underground, which is really funny. Like, genuinely, it's really fucking funny to me. Chat, what thing has Tarn talked about recently that you're the most excited for? Also, not to be a bummer, I'm not trying to be a bummer, but the most recent video is, if you haven't watched it yet, is trending downwards in views pretty consistently, which isn't bad. It could pick up, but it's not having the fastest start. So if you haven't left a comment on it or liked it yet, could you please go do that? And if you have done that, you could go respond to somebody else's comment. Try and start a conversation. Because all that's very much appreciated and really does help the video. Or leave a like on it would also be very, very, very helpful. You want other magics? I mean, that's a fair thing to be looking forward to. Actually, you know what? I am going to assign a singular wheelbarrow to that stockpile. Maybe 2. Just to limit the number of tasks, because so many dwarves right now are just hauling boulders. You can go away. You just make a singular wheelbarrow, please. Appreciate it, Bert. Feel like they should have unique portraits? I don't disagree. I think that goblins should have beards in their portraits, because half of the goblins that you run into in Dwarf Fortress have beards. And goblins don't have any sprites for their beards. That one bothers me more than, like, male and female giants, but... Oh, hey, extra hands. I'm actually going to let these dwarves stick around for a minute. Just so that I can get this dealt with. Because I've got a bunch of jobs that need to be done right now. And this will help. Also, thank you very much for clipping that, GamerCal. If like 5 people click on that clip, then it'll probably hit the leaderboard like immediately. All right. Any final words for the giant chat? So long, gay Bowser, or whatever Mario says when he throws Bowser off the cliff. Do a barrel roll is honestly a valid thing to tell this giant. I can't because they were harvested from this map. They weren't imported. Hold up. So the giant was bleeding and then stopped bleeding? What? Anyway, it's gone now, so. Smell you later, suckers. Okay, I'm just gonna pause the game for a second because I don't want to run out of food faster than I need to. I'm just gonna get a bunch of stuff reconstructed down here because I need to rebuild all this stuff because I screwed it up. Because I wasn't really thinking about the design. So bridge needs to go here. And pressure plates need to go here. And also, this all needs to be filled in. The question is, do I want to just actually start building this into a wall? Because maybe I do. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Okay, all of this over here is done, so I can... Actually, I need another tool. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Rectangle dimensions. Rectangle dimensions. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do that. I'm also going to widen this and widen that. I'm also going to go down to here and I'm going to grab this and do that. Smir is a hard worker in a village with a long time hunger is outside for days and can get hungry for desperate for food. Did a little volcano outpost with lots of food near empty to enter and to talk to leaders, but food, it got caught in a trap and the creatures dwarf were very small and inside the trap was a cunning trap with a pause and they move Ismir to the top of the Kano and throw Ismir in and surfed and saddened and fell into it. Ah, it's so sad. So sad that we threw the giant into the volcano and the giant had a big giant death. Anyways. So sad. Okay. Pain was not but for the burning of Esmir's flesh, but Esmir's people hoping Ismir would return with food. I don't actually think that creature had family, but I don't know. I long for the day that mega beasts have more purpose than just thing to kill, you know? I do actually long for that and look forward to that. I think those will be fun days. Those will be fun days. Oh, wow. I'm actually out of obsidian. That's kind of amazing. Powered through all of that obsidian mighty quick. Although this, I'm going to remove the wheelbarrow for the moment. And expand this. Let them just haul a bunch of boulders over here. Because I think that'll be super handy. Also, am I stupid? It's possible. No, I'm not. Rip your monies. Laya, rip your monies. Don't worry, I lost 10,000 like not super long ago. You know, I know it's a rich get richer thing, but I'm sitting here like waiting for these points all the time, and even I lose them with like relative frequency. Let's link up these plates again. So the idea here is that the minecarts will trigger these. So that's the first one. That's the second one. That's the third one. That's the fourth one. And that's the fifth one, and then the last one. Power tools for the dwarves. It was the day that the entire fort fell apart was the... You know, I wonder how dwarves would feel about power tools. Like, if you gave a dwarf, like, an automated mining drill, I feel like that would just, like, cave... Like, someone would make an oopsie and they would just cave the whole fort in. Is what would happen if I were to bet. All right, I'm gonna... let's give it maybe until the 10th. And then I will send everybody off map once more. Because this is likely improving. Yes. Likely improving. Correct, Snail. You found the goal. Do you think a science system of sort could add anything to the game? I think that's being added. I don't know what it's going to be like, but Tarna said wizards are going to have apprentices and study spells. No idea what that's going to look like in game. But that's apparently happening, so... you know, honestly, there's systems in the game that are already needlessly complex. I mean, see dyes, like, coloring clothing in Dwarf Fortress is exceptionally complex for, like, what it is. But that doesn't make it bad. It just means it's complicated. I quite like the dye system, though. But it is one of the more like surprisingly complicated systems in the game, I guess. I'm looking for that one that I was grabbing, because there's like one up here that has a ton of books in it. I may have already like cleared it out mostly then. Scribe Farms. Let's just go for... Let's go for that. That'll be fine. We'll just clear out the entire thing. It's off to hunt they go. The outside context problem. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? For the brand new Prime sub. And tell them it's a pogo stick? I mean, we already give them, like, toy hammers. Which is basically... how is that not just, like, a hammer? And also, kid dwarves get easy bake ovens. Which is also pretty good, if you ask me. Easy bake ovens being mini forges, by the way. Okay, actually, that's fucked up. I need to do that correct. Otherwise, that's not going to work consistently. Okay, so this is going to go up, and I'm going to select the items. This is going to go to there. Iron chains is what I have to use for this. And then you. Iron chains, and then you. Iron chains, and then you. Iron chains, and then you. They have to be iron chains, or this level will break. Okay. Now I can work on that. Although, thankfully, I'll just be able to use any chains pretty soon. Craftsdwarf Guild, eh? They would like a Craftsdwarf Guild. I was really hoping I didn't need to make a Craftsdwarf Guild, but I will if they insist. Happiest bearded dwarf. Okay, it's the second happiest dwarf in the fort. Armor Wayne. Snail. Relies on the advice of others during decision-making and has a calm demeanor. He is somewhat quarrelsome and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He often feels lustful, and he tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He can handle stress, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he lives a fast-paced life, and occasionally overindulges, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. I'm going to leave a squad at home when they all return. I'm going to leave my Marksdwarf squad here, and we're going to start arming them. He personally thinks friendship is important and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. He likes native gold and nickel, as well as yellow zircon and papaya wood, crystal glass and the color mahogany, traction benches, coins, and the words of the Saturn of Intricacy. When possibly prefers... and the side of the rhythm, when possibly prefers to consume bilberry wine and hates leeches. You're married to lemon tea, and you worship Zuden Ninur, and you're not a member of a religion. Welcome to the fortress. Well, hello from Canada, VChef. That's pretty exciting. You think that the complexity being pretty fun once you get it all running, it becomes rewarding. You just wonder if gunpowder is a tech. Tarn has always been like iffy on gunpowder, and I think the main reason Tarn is iffy on adding gunpowder to Dwarf Fortress is like the like theory amongst players of the game for a really long time was always like, oh, he just doesn't like guns, which honestly I think that's a fair take for a lot of reasons. But I think the actual reason is like concerns about explosions breaking shit. So instead of like us getting gunpowder, I think Tarn is just going to give us explosion spells, actually, is like what's going to end up happening. Like, we're going to get TNT, but it'll just be called magic, so TNT, basically. So I don't think we're going to get gunpowder, but we're supposedly getting explosion magic. So Urist is going to smack two pieces of stone together and create explodium. Boomsticks and magic? Sure. I'm gonna smelt some galena, because I can make silver bolts and some crossbows. I mean, anything that you don't understand how it works is kind of magic, right? Like, I would argue that fire could be considered magic in some contexts, right? If you're just talking about, like, primitive societies versus technology, like, anything can be magic, basically. Why'd you get forbidden? What? That is truly kind of bizarre. You're digging out channels down here, which is totally cool and good for me. So now I can go here. And actually, I've got a few more things I gotta do on this side. I gotta get rid of that. Gotta get rid of that. Montecore, the Sacred Slaughter, has been possessed. That wasn't what I wanted to happen. Where are you, Montecore? You've claimed a crafter shop. That's a little interesting considering... Oh, I see, because you're a talented engraver. I guess. That makes sense. Well, I will check back in on you in a minute. Quantum physics is magic for sure. Yes, actually. I would tend to agree with that. I will accept this guild. I'm going to kind of cheat this. Maybe not cheat it. I'm actually just going to build it over here. A guild hall. Craft dwarves. Just put a little bit of dye right around the edge of this. And then I will put a few chairs and stuff into here. And then this can just be the... This can just be it. And that'll be a high enough value with some statues. Okay, so let's also go back up to bars. And I'm going to say wooden crossbow, leather quiver, silver bolt, silver bolts. And I need a leather worker's shop for that. And also I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to increase the priority of this. Just let the dwarves get to this in a more reasonable period of time. Then right here, we're going to make some more obsidian. Try and get that side done. Unforbid you. Okay. Should grab pig leather, hornblende, and cashew wood logs. So that'll be cool, if nothing else. Got that leather works over there getting built. You know, silver, fun fact about were creatures, every single world has a unique metal that is more effective against were creatures, but it isn't always metal that can be made into weapons. Hand of Fate. It's one of my, did you know things I like to mention with Dwarf Fortress. If that ever ends up being actually, now that I don't know. I guess so, yeah. I hadn't really thought about that much. Wow, they were doing some sort of big thing in construction. My floor just vibrated. Let's do, wooden wheelbarrow. Just one of those. And then let them get to work. So since these are all just smelters, I can start getting rid of these. And I'm just going to go up to here and smelt galena. And I don't know how much we have, but yeah, we'll just do 10 every time there's more than 10. And then those two can be for our forges. Sure, you could have were creatures that are weak to iron. You could have were creatures that are weak to copper. I don't know. I also don't know if there's a way to like look it up outside of just like looking at the raws. But it is a thing. Someone was also saying something that I think is fucking batshit that I think that they're just misunderstanding. In my most recent video, someone left a comment stating that vampires can actually be in multiple places at once in Fortress mode. Like, they can pretend to be in one place, but actually be somewhere else. So they can be eating somebody while you are seeing them somewhere else. I don't think that's true. To the point where, like, I want to know where they got that theory from, or if they're just, like, saying shit. Because, like, I don't think that's real. I feel like I would know that. No matter what quality you set it to? I'm not dropping frames or anything. That sucks. Laia, you could keep chatting in the Twitch chat and then try using the YouTube stream. Maybe that'll load better for you. It's always an option. The Sacred Slaughter has created Nokim Sarek, a Hornblende Castle, and claims it as a Hamley Fairloom. Maybe they think it was because of detected corpses that have been drained. It's because, like, the corpse doesn't get told to the player that it exists until the crime is reported, which is often reported by the vampire or somebody else. The Sacred Slaughter has created Nokemasrek, a hornblende castle, which is an instrument, and claims it as a family heirloom. Well, that's going to go into the temple for sure. That 100% is going into the temple. Also, how's the value of that? Yep, done. Just going to type in response to Laya there. We got some ads coming up in about 40 seconds, so we'll pause the game when the ads hit, but let's see if I can get this there first. So it's like a handheld lute thing. Little string instrument. I am like, is anybody else as shocked as me about the moods in this fort? Like, they're kind of crazy good. I gather that, like, everything's really high value, but still. This is a Hornblende Castle. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with leather, and on the item is an image of a forgotten beast in Hornblende. On the item is an image of a wall tower, the crystalline metal, the twisting great pick in cashew wood. Oh, right. Yeah, there was a great pick in the last fort. Shit. The castle is a mid-sized handheld stringed instrument with a metal yoke. So it's more like a banjo. Like a banjo, because the metal yoke. What am I going to do here? I'm going to... Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go down to the... Not the bottommost layer, but I'm going to go down to this layer that I dug out. So people were asking, how do I allow spiders into the fort, basically? Like, how do I let spiders make webs in an area? Basically, if you fortify walls... Spiders then enter that region. So right now, the cave spiders can't get into here because there's no way for them to get in, but they will naturally spread over this level if I put holes in the walls. So I'm just going to go along here and fortify the walls, and this is going to become like a silk farm, basically. Although they don't always report their own crimes that somebody was killed. In regards to vampires. I kind of want it to just stay there and boost the value of the room, but probably. It depends on if it's like used as part of their music or not. If it isn't, then probably not. If it is, then probably. There is a fruit fly, or like gnat, actually probably a fungus gnat, just like flittering around my monitor right now, and it's driving me nuts. I wish it a painful and swift death. Hopefully it comes over here so I don't need to punch my monitor. And I don't want to smudge my monitor, so... you know, problems. Also, Laya, once you end up on the in YouTube land, let me know how it goes, hey? Hopefully things improve. And you get some better, like... quality. It's unfortunate that Twitch is like loading a little fiddly today. But it is what it is. You think you did? Well, that's good. But yeah, I really wonder what would make somebody think that, like, vampires can be in two places at once. But they were like, I'm here to blow your mind, and then said something that I'm like, mostly is not true. And I'm like, not much of a mind to blow if, like, if you don't even have any compressed air. All right, so I'm going to leave this bottom squad here. And the rest of them I'm gonna send back out. So I'm going to go find a site out here that's far away. I'm waiting for us to get attacked by something that's not on our map, generally. And then the thing that attacks us is actually just, like, is going to attack us, and then my squads are going to come back, and they're all going to die. Because they're all unarmed right now. And I don't really have an easy supply of metal. Basically, I have to hope that whatever ends up happening, the bad guys that attack me, I just have to hope that they attack when my soldiers happen to be here. That's basically it right now. That's all I can really do and hope for. They like there is actually a tower back over there. Why don't... Some of these places may actually have stuff in them. It's just, it's all unknown. Because the only stuff that pops up is the stuff that you have rumors of. There we go, let's go there. Okay, so this squad right here is set to ready. Let's see what they can equip. This is supposed to be crossbows. Am I just out of logs? Nope. Why you no make wooden crossbow? Oh, because I'm dumb and that's a carpenter shop and not a bowyer's shop? No shit. Hi, I'm smart and I play this game as my job. I know how to play it, I swear. Sometimes I just make myself feel stupid, honestly. You ever have that moment where you're just like, why isn't this working the way I expect it to? Oh, because I'm doing it completely wrong. And then you just immediately feel embarrassed. I was like, I've been doing this forever. I know how this works. I'm a professional. It's almost like you have to say that you're going to remove my mind for that one. Gonna use andesite for this chunk. I'm sorry, what? Lyle? You lubricate your what now? No, I lubricate my tapes, not my records. Excuse me. And only the ones that need to be lubricated, and they only need to be lubricated like every 20 years or something, but every now and again you buy a tape that's never been lubricated and you're like, oh my god. These fucking monsters, man. And then it plays all warbly. It sounds awful. I do, however, clean my records with soapy water sometimes. I do wash my records. And you know what? I do it for the record. I'm gonna go up to here. I'm going to go machines. This can just be, well, actually no, I should use the cloth ones for this. There we go. I think I should be able to place this down here. Yeah, okay, that's gonna need a support too. That's fine. I can fix this. I may actually just say fuck this other side. Just not use it, because it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to fix. How do I dry them? I put them on a microfiber cloth and then just let them, just dab them dry, basically. And then just let them sit for like a minute. And then I put them back into their sleeves. Tempered calamite, hello. And then here I can just do this. Oh. Rock mechanisms, just out of obsidian. So you know what's freaking me out about this fort, chat? I literally haven't found water yet. Not that I've really been looking, but I'm actually a little worried about that. And let's do lead chains. I actually don't know how much lead I have, but yeah, 76. Okay, so let's just do 50 lead chains. 40. Okay, so you dwarves, update equipment. Sweet, getting some progress here. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go gold bin. Because I need bins. Let's just make 20 gold bins. And that's going to start getting stuff removed from, you know, the current stockpiles. Except this is just going to take, let's give you maybe 5 gold bins. Because that's the only one that they'll be permitted to go into at the minute. Fancy bins, damn right. Well, they don't need to move much, right? Like, they're just for selling stuff. Which, you know, it's fine. Storage and sale. So if the bin is worth something, that's a bonus, I say. It's added value, you know? That's going to be kind of a pain to build, but I will. It's for extra bling. Yeah, I mean, like, the boxes are made from organic, recycled, microfiber, advanced, ultra soft cardboard boxes. It's like that equivalent. I don't know where all those words came from, but I was like, let's make a box sound fancy. It's basically what we're doing. Working on buildings. Okay, what I actually need to do again is I literally just need to get this filled up because I do need to get all these boulders out of here. I'm also going to go back down to here. I'm going to forbid everything down here. Not that I don't want them to use it. I do want them to use it, but I don't want them to go so far for stuff for the minute. I want them to stay further up because I just want them to put all those boulders away. And when they put all the boulders away, then I will have this area completely clear. I also need to do that with gems, so I will need a gem cutter stockpile sooner than later. Because I want to get all that stuff cleaned out. And up here I can just use some gabbro. Because I've also got a bunch of this that needs to be done. So we can get some more bedrooms bedroomed. because I need to just sit here and prepare for the worst. Like, I'm essentially just preparing for the time that that we do get attacked, because it is inevitable. And right now we would just all die if we got attacked. So I'm trying to hopefully set this up so that we can primarily just burn the enemy, and then using cannons, of course, which is the least straightforward way to burn the enemy. And then once we have those cannons set up, we can hopefully leave nothing but Goblinite and then just melt all the Goblinite, and that's going to be our source of iron. But we have to get there first. Also, chat, just a heads up, you can redeem a dwarf if you have it, if you're on Twitch and it's available. It's definitely it's available. You could do that right now if you wanted. Just thought I'd give you the heads up. Laya, you usually want a beardless dwarf. Is that still the going preference? Missed it again. I mean, if there's a generous tier 2 around, we could help. Beardless? Sure. I've just sorted by happy. So if somebody catches your eye that you would like, feel free to select. Because most people want a dwarf. Isn't there lead poisoning? Nope. No, that's why lead mugs are very healthy for dwarves. And it's funny to make lead toys and sell them to the humans. It's like, they don't know. I don't know, it makes sense that dwarves don't suffer from things like lead poisoning, considering you can literally mine... What is the material that can be refined into uranium? Because, like, isn't that in Dwarf Fortress? Like, it's like hornblende, isn't it? Like, there's a couple different materials in Dwarf Fortress that are, like, extremely radioactive and, like, corrosive. That dwarves just, like, yeah, I'll just make this into a hat. Nice. Also, thanks to everybody who left a couple of comments on the video when I requested that. Appreciate you guys. Any beer, this will be good? Okay. Saxo the Woodcrafters is BU. Laya. Belted Channel. If you would like to look yourself up in Legends, your Belted Channel. She is always tense and jittery and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She often feels lustful, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is quick to form negative views about things, has a tendency to go it alone and without considering the advice of others. She tends to, she needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, grumbles only mildly at bad weather. She dreams of raising a family and sees freedom and independence as completely worthless and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. She likes native platinum, who doesn't? Pig iron and pinfire opal, llama wool, rummy paper, and the color beige. Traction benches, coins, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and when possible prefers to consume finger, millet beer, and absolutely hates cave spiders. She has low cheekbones and she has a deeply recessed chin. Her aquamarine eyes are slit. Her hair is clean shaven and her ears are splayed out. Her eyelashes are short, her hair is cinnamon, and her skin is dark brown. She has a pet cavy who's been banished from the fort because animals are a crime. And she feels pleasure near a fine furnace. Welcome to the fort. Traction benches are a dangerous desire. I think this was actually the dwarf that liked traction benches that I read earlier. Like, I've read that dwarf's description before. Let's see how you down here are doing. And there we go. Everybody's got a crossbow. And it's all silver bolts, which you also like to see. Now I need to get them training somewhere. Probably just like on again, off again monthly training is likely what we'll do. Normal volcano sacrifices going on in this fort? I don't know about that, actually. These wild boars, though, are pretty brazen. Is what I would say about those wild boars. We could cook up bauxite processing into aluminum. There's several mods that let you process bauxite into aluminum, but yeah, no, that would be that would be something. That's actually something I hadn't really thought about, is like magic that's tied to making different alloys. That's kind of an interesting concept, actually. Also, something else I need to do. I'm just going to place a floor up here. Gabbro. And, priority number 1 on that. Certainly something along those lines, Laya. Okay. This is going to go all the way to there. And all this needs to be set up, so. Got a lot of obsidian mechanisms that need working on. I wonder. Store item in location. Those can all be unforbidden. Do I just have too much construction? I very well might. I think that's likely, in fact, that I have too much construction. I'm just going to pause all of this. All of this for the moment. Let's just get all this construction done, because I've got a lot of build jobs. Until I see the dwarves slowing down a little bit. I'm just going to let them do all of this stuff. With the exception of obsidian mechanisms. Keep working on obsidian mechanisms. Whenever I see a dwarf hungry, I kind of panic a little bit in my heart. But we're almost at spring, so we should be able to trade pretty friggin' soon. What does the mountain homes want again? They wanted like something that was actually pretty easy to make. They want ivory and tooth amulets. I don't actually know if I've made any of those, but if I have, then maybe I can use them for something. Where the fuck did all those bars go? Excuse me? There's no way I've run out of bars. Maybe I have. That's crazy. All right. Just all working on all of this. We're going to make some more bedrooms up here too in a minute. These will all be filled out with additional furniture pieces. Squads have come back that can help us get all this stuff done. Excellent. And some migrants have arrived. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. I'm just going to go here and send those squads back out again right away. They didn't even get to see their family members. They're just going to immediately get back on the road and go acquire us more books because I don't want to feed them. See ya, dwarves. I wonder what that's going to land us at, actually. Probably pretty high. And meanwhile, the Baron needs an armor stand alongside of their weapon rack, so I will give them a armor stand in their bedroom, because that's a fitting bedroom thing. And they still need a tomb, but one thing at a time. Am I making meals? I am. I'm making the seeds into meals, specifically. So all of the seeds that are processed from brewing drink are going into meals. Let's see, did they bring any animals that I can butcher? They did, and I can. Excellent. And then everything that I can't butcher, I will geld. I'm letting them keep their pets, because, like, what am I going to do? Stop them? But everything else is just going to immediately get butchered. So the calf is going to get butchered. The goat kid is going to get butchered. The keet is going to get butchered. And then the KV and the stray bull are going to get butchered. F's for the wild animals. Oh my god. Okay, this is a huge fucking migrant wave. I'm up to 50-something dwarves. And that's with those squads still intact. So I need to make another squad then. When they come back and get more of them to just leave. Unless there's spots that need to be filled out on these squads that haven't been. Nope. Oh my god. Okay, well. That was a really big migrant wave. Holy crap. Okay. F? why is that? Is it F because I'm like making them leave? It's like, go away, the fortress. Goes into the volcano with it. You know, I wish that I could do that, but I can't actually, for the same reason that you can't chain up dwarves that are... Did I break this? I don't think I did. I'm starting to think I broke this, but they're just not loading the track into vehicle. I don't know why exactly. Well, hopefully they get to that. I don't really have a formula, I'll be honest. I'm just trying to stockpile. It's more drinks that I'm worried about, because I don't actually have a source of water on this map. So it's less like food that I'm actually worried about, and mostly just drinks that I'm worried about. As far as like actually keeping the dwarves fed. I'm actually just going to get rid of that for the minute. And do this. I need water for injuries, which is pretty huge, actually. Like, kind of a major thing. Like, dwarves will just die in hospital and there's nothing you can do about it if you don't have water. So I need water for that. There is no aquifer on this map because this whole valley is very, 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 very low rainfall. So the whole valley that we're in right now is just like not an area where you're going to see a lot of rain. So because there isn't a lot of rain, you're not going to see a lot of water. So that's not too surprising, but it is kind of spooky. Your last fortress had dry caverns, which you did not expect? Yeah, that also happens when you lower the rainfall and whatnot. Water is super important. Like, you need access to water somewhere, which is why I just like being on an aquifer, because it's just like, well, I know there will be water there. Okay, so now I get to find out if there's wind. Which, if there isn't wind, that's going to cause me a lot of problems in a few seconds. So, cross your fingers, chat, and hope that there's wind with me. kind of annoying that I can't do it that way. It'd be nice if I could. I wonder if I put you one layer up, if it'll let me build that. Because actually, hold on. Let me try something. Curious about windmills. Okay, so it needs to be on ground then. Can I do it like this way? Your last fortress has... is there a way to get water without aquifer or cave water? No. No, there isn't. Basically, you're just cursed. Unless a Mario Sunshine shows up, you're just kind of fucked. And that's not a thing, so... It would be really cool if, like, there were creatures that could, like, produce water, similar to how there's creatures that can produce webs. Like, I don't know how that would work mechanically. That would be kind of a nightmare, mechanically, actually. But I personally think it would be really cool. New Forgotten Beast Power? Yeah! Kind of thing. Certainly. Or like a create water spell. You know? What are the minecart tracks for? I'm making a fully automatic lava cannon. That's what I'm making. We are in an ad break, so I will pause and set up stuff for bedrooms while we're in the ad break. Oh, never mind. I can't do that because I don't have wood in the form of beds at the moment. So I need beds. I need to make more beds. Let's make 20. Let's also just check bars. Where are we at? Holy lead. Good lord. Silver. Let's make a bunch of silver. Silver bolts. 40. Silver spear. 20. I'm not allowed to sell spears, but that's fine. That is, in fact, not a problem for us. I'll leave the game paused until the ads are done. You're so excited for Magic updates? Yeah, me too. I'm like I think chat said earlier, I am much more interested in the diplomacy stuff that Tarn is working on, but also I would just like to say a real quick thank you because the last 3 streams has been the best streams I've done financially. It's probably got something to do with the Twitch sale, but since the first week of February, I just went and looked. So thank you. Also, we hit the daily minimum today again, which is cool. So thanks for that. So we're gonna see what we can do. With these dwarves. Because not all of them have bolts yet, but we're working on that. Okay, so we do in fact have power. The good news is we have power. The bad news is these produce like 0 power, so I need a lot more of them to actually produce enough power to do anything. But at the very least, we have power, so that is good. Let's just go along here. And work on that. This down here can go away. You up here can get unforbidden. This over here can get worked on. It needs to actually rain there. So when I was talking earlier about how it's really, 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 really dry, there is no, like, water that collects on this map. Like, if I go down to here, which is, like, the one of two little foresty areas, there's no water that collects down here. If I go to the other of the two little forest areas, there's no water that collects down here. So I could, in theory, do that, but basically I have to hope that one of the cavern layers has water in it. And the first one is... right here. Okay, there's some water. Actually, speaking of, I found some water. Just need to go look. So there is some water there. I may actually pump it up. But yeah, there is in fact water. So good news, everyone. We can cease panicking because I was totally panicking. We can have a working hospital. I mean, we don't need one. We could, yes, but, I mean, what is this? A fair and happy and safe society? I think not. This is the dipped volcano, my friends. We all hate it here. It's part of the aesthetic. Probably, I'll probably make a hospital. Probably. No guarantees, probably. Actually, I will put... few more bins on that. Bunch more of this stuff's getting worked on. Down here I can go back to the obsidian blocks and make it work on the wall pieces down here. Cool. They're all working on that over there, which is cool. You can also do this along here. And can't unforbid you. So I guess I will just fill in the top of this with the gray gabbro, and then we'll continue the wall. Need for surgery straight to the volcano. I mean... I could actually designate a hospital zone on a drawbridge over the volcano and just go, funk! I know that I said that I'm in the villain era, but am I that much of in a villain era? I don't know if I am, guys. That might be a bit far even for me. Like, that's a bit 40K. I don't know, I could be convinced. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'd need to be convinced. I'll put it that way. After you burn them to death in the volcano, you know, like you just lightly sear them until like medium rare. And then you turn them into mechanized over, like, servitors. Right? I think that's how 40K works anyway. So I can effectively just use whatever. Although these should be slower, because right now they're going to flow over. So I need these to be like half speed. Maybe like lower than half speed, like there. Like there. Except for the one at the top, it can go full speed. Because I don't want these to derail. Something something for the blood god, something something emperor, something something satire. I know very little about 40k outside of the basics. Let's go along the top here. Perfect. I don't actually know if they can deconstruct this right now. What if I just go down to right there? Put a ramp. And then tell you to build a floor piece right there. Then I know they can deconstruct it. Games Workshop will ask for a cut. You know, who is a crazier, more litigious company, Nintendo or Games Workshop? Because, like, Nintendo? I wonder. You found me through shorts? Well, congrats. Maybe you'll upgrade to pants one day. Although I guess Nintendo is currently suing the government of the United States. Like, which is kind of wild. Like, it makes sense as to why they're doing it, but it doesn't change the fact that it's kind of nuts. Who is a more litigious, like, company, Nintendo or Games Workshop? Was the question. Also, I should stop that. I need to get that built first. Which one of you nincompoops is building that? It's not even that far. What? I also need a Stoneworkers Guild? My ass. Oh, that's because everybody came back. Go away! I ain't making you no goddamn guild. No, leave and quit complaining about it. Although before you leave, please appoint more soldiers so that I can make more of you leave. That's literally the strat right now. Hey, please leave and don't ask for things. Also, take these people with you. It's not that I don't need them and don't want them. It's more of a food is a limited resource and there's a lot of dwarves and books need to be acquired. We're basically just pretending to be Britain in this fortress. It belongs in my library. I mean, museum. Get it. Okay, fair enough. Giant Robo. Fair enough. I'll take that statement to heart. Okay, so let's go down to here. We'll also get all that done. I'm also going to place a few floor pieces over here. And then right there, I'm going to put a lever, which I'm going to connect to this. I'm going to put 2 doors there. I mean, it's fine until they catch you. I don't know about that. But they will sue you for making any kind of fan projects of their game. They might sue you for selling the onesie. Laya. But I don't know if they'd sue you for wearing it, but they might be like, okay, can I get a copy of that receipt, please? I need to know where you purchased for that, where you purchased that item, and how much you purchased it for, so that I can sue the creator into oblivion to the point where they don't ever get to do anything ever again with their lives. It's certainly the reality of that. How's the stability, by the way, Laya? Are you getting a more consistent watchability? I hope. Actually, gonna pause those two. I kind of want to just put a wall here. Let's also go back down to here and actually build those bedrooms. I hope I made enough doors. 14, yeah, that's plenty for the minute. Green glass doors.
Hello's chat and blind crypty, how we doing?
What's up? Doing pretty good. Happy Saturday. Thank you very much for the 36th month. So, now that we're like most of the way in, Saturdays aren't generally, or a good chunk of the way in, I guess. Saturdays aren't actually on my schedule. I'm streaming this like today because I missed a bunch of other days this week that I would normally stream on, and I'm just trying to catch up for time, basically. So my question is to you. How do you feel about Saturday streams? Because Friday streams have always been kind of mixed in reception. Like, some days they're just, like, weirdly quiet. Like, people are just busy on Fridays a lot of the time, it seems. So my question to you, chat, is how do you feel about Friday streams? Illegal stream. That's a very strange way of putting it. It's more like unexpected versus illegal. There's somebody on the roof of my building right now. Bet you $1 they're smoking. Which they're not supposed to do in my building, so it's usually what people do when they go up there. That or it's my other neighbor who's, and maybe she's finally starting to replant her garden up there. If so, I'm not smoking. But I find most of the time people are up there, I then go up there and like, oh, that's cigarettes. But I'm in one of the few units in the building that will actually hear people walking on the roof. Interesting, Bart. And even then, intermittently, right? You're not stuck at work, right? Did I see live music last night? Not last night, no. No, that was the night before. Tomorrow night, I'm going to go see a band. So basically what I'm reading from my Games Workshop Nintendo question is it seems like Nintendo is more litigious, Games Workshop is petty. Any cool uncommon veggies you could try growing? Taro. Grow taro. Not that taro is particularly uncommon, but grow taro. My mom grows taro and it's just like a barrel with like big plants coming out of it. They're just cool looking plants, I guess. Olan the glassmaker has been possessed. I may actually need to make some raw glass for that. So I'll just use whatever. Although it's not uncommon, but I like growing shard because one, it looks really pretty, and two, it's really expensive to buy, especially organic shard, when it really shouldn't be. It's also not super hard to grow. Patty pan squash. Yeah, I guess like weird, strange varieties of squash would probably be an interesting one. Hadn't really thought of that. I really hope the wagons can make it in. Ooh, I actually hadn't thought about that. Fingers crossed I haven't screwed that up. Because I'm going to need to be able to trade this year. But yeah, I mean, I grow Arapaho peppers because I really, really like them. They're like a cayenne pepper, but more smoky. Like a smoky-er cayenne pepper, so like an already smoky pepper that's even smokier. So I really like to make hot sauce with them. But I don't generally... Okay, so this is a stoneworkers guild. I don't generally, like, go too much out of my way to grow other types of peppers. Like, I usually plant some, and if they grow, then yay. If they don't, then oh well. I will be fine, kind of thing. Look at all these dwarves with this gold furniture, except for the one dwarf that's getting the wooden chest, which was dropped by traders. These dwarves are getting spoiled, man. You know, I actually don't know how accurate that is. Seismic, because I've traded with dozens of civilizations simultaneously and never had problems with them breaking each other. But all you need is like one bird to dive bomb them and try and steal something, and it breaks the wagon. Like that's a bug report that I've seen reported many, many, many times, but I personally have never actually witnessed it happen. I don't disbelieve it. It's just I've never seen it, so I do kind of wonder. Oh, that's interesting. I wasn't expecting them to go that way. Nifty. Because all you need is... Okay, so also, one of the humans became a were creature last time and, did break all of them, which is kind of what I mean. Like, you just need one thing to go wrong, and then it topples the wagon. But I've never actually seen two wagons break each other before. It's likely an edge case. I just personally have never witnessed it. But it's not something that I'm really concerning myself with. Besides, if they do break stuff, then oh well, I just get a bunch of free, like, stuff from a wagon. And then I'll go to war with them later, I guess. It's like an if you insist, Cap. I'm gonna sell a bunch of gold minecarts because those are worth quite a bit. Sell those rings. I'm gonna sell the wild boars in cages. I'm just gonna train them and sell them. Because I don't... Chat, does that count? Is that fair to train the wild boars that are in cages and sell them? Or is that, like, not in the spirit of the rules? I want to know your guys' opinion. Because I'm kind of leaning yes, but, like, you guys can be like, yeah, nah. Assuming you have tons of plump helmets. I almost always allow plump helmets to be used for cooking. That's not food. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are not, in fact, food. All right, we'll just train those real quick. Another caravan has arrived. And I'm going to stare at them the whole time this time because I don't necessarily trust them because the last time we traded with the humans, a were creature appeared in them. So I'm going to stare at them until the next full moon because I don't actually trust these humans. Since it's supposed to be a militaristic fortress? Sure, but I don't disagree with that, but I'm not doing that, I guess. Dwarf, I would like to know what you need. Raw green glass, specifically. Okay. The question is, do I have sand? Yes, I do, apparently. Holy shit, I actually have a lot of sand. You want more raw green glass? Oh, they haven't. Yeah, actually, haven't made it yet. Another human caravan has arrived. And Lost Intern has been reelected. And more migrants have arrived. In case you weren't confused already, congratulations. Now you better be. Well, fortunately, it's trading season, so let's also check something. Bars of 130 gold. Let's do gold. Gold rings. 60. I'm trying to keep the population consistently below 50, so I may have to actually just, like, you know, make 2 more squads in a minute. Okay, so I've now got semi-wild animals. I will just bring these to be traded. Semi-wild. Semi-wild, okay. Let's see, did the migrants bring anything I can consume? Nothing that I can see just yet. Except for that duckling. Gosling. Quackling. Okay, well, I'm not seeing any were creatures, so that's good news. The humans would like to speak with us diplomatically, so I'm just gonna ask them to bring... Oh, man. This is the play here, isn't it? Do the humans have any big animals? They've got grizzlies. I guess the play would be, like, bring us grizzly bears. And meat, fish, plants. Except for maybe ratweed. Most of them are now slabs. Sounds like you should have built a greenhouse. That's how I read that. Oh, did I missed the button. Gotta request again. Let's just request everything, actually. Unless this is a different group. They want tools. Okay. Crub the Grub meets with the human counselor. There's much to discuss, they say. Pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. They've added more rumors. I'm gonna know so much about what's going on in this world. I only just realized that because there are so many different factions that I'm aware of. Yeah, I know like what's going on over here. Nothing down here. I should ask somebody down here to come trade with me. Why don't do that. Why don't I go down here and send you to demand a one-time tribute? Maybe ongoing tribute. I'm gonna go demand from these humans down here because I don't actually have any contact with them, I don't think. Maybe we're like the great, like the inverse of like people who create divisions between people because we're just like literally bringing everybody together. Let's request wood from them. And, coal. Probably just coal, actually. Coal, let's do coal and lignite. Maybe hematite. Potash and figurines is what they want. You haven't been able to catch a stream with this new fort. Hope it's going well. It's an interesting one because the whole point is like keep half the fort out of the fortress. Like my population is twice the size that it currently is. Just most of the dwarves are in another castle, literally. They're constantly going out and like acquiring books because the whole theme of this fort is I'm not allowed to produce food. So dwarves consume food. So keeping the dwarves out of the fort is actually like one of the most important goals of this fort. Which has been interesting to mess with, actually. So far. I will say, agitated animals, the very first fort I ever did in the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, died to giant agitated chinchillas. Oh, that's cool. Olon the Glassmaker has created Zuzzle this, a perfect green glass gem and offers it to the starvation of gluttons. That's going to go into the, I would say the Crafters Guild, but Stoneworkers Guild. We'll put it in. Actually, let's get rid of that. We're also in an ad break, so I'll just lay down these floors here. Let's do green glass and do green glass. Let's go take a look at that gem, and then we'll read it when the ads are done. This is a perfect green glass gem. All craft storeship is of the highest quality. Subject menaces with spikes of green glass. Yeah, so I demanded a ton of tribute from a ton of people, Corey Fancy Pants, right off the bat. And, like, in basically just interrogating people, so that I can, or not interrogating, but, like, making demands of people so that they bring me trading caravans once a year. So right now we have 4 different human factions here to trade simultaneously, which, you know, is pretty fun. So I'm going to grab specifically the materials that are useful to me and then leave basically everything else. So it's like food, leather. I'll also buy those bolts because, oh no, those are way too expensive. I'll buy the cheap. No, it's not worth buying those. Don't even bother. It's basically just like buy all the food every year. As far as I can figure, the scary part about this is when we get attacked by something and then have to fend off. And then have to fend off goblins with also like a limited food supply. I mean, it basically means that sieges are suddenly actually serious and a threat. That's crazy. Traded a minecart for all of that. Sweet. I'm not going to buy any of your metal. I'll buy your wood. I'll buy all of your chains except for the ones that are worth more than $100. And then I will buy the iron anvils, and I will buy all the food. This one's a little bit more expensive. But I still probably don't need to sell everything. See if I can do that. Sweet. This is also... I'm probably going to have the most talented broker in Dwarven history. Like, I don't... It's very rare to get, like, a legendary appraiser, but... And I know that appraisers guilds don't exist, but literally, every time I'm trading, I think, they get training. So, every time I'm trading, they get training. Which I do feel like is going to end with me having some extremely talented appraisers. Because, like, normally most people trade, like, what, once a year? And I am effectively trading 4 times a season? Or 4 times twice per year. So that's 3. And the last one, I just have a minecart to sell them. Buy the wood. I'm actually going to buy the shields. Let's buy 3 anvils, maybe? I don't know if they'll take it. Oh, wow, they did. Okay. Sweet. Take it and run. Like, what even is my appraiser's skill? The broker Tekud is literally a legendary appraiser. In 4 years. That's kind of bananas. That's kind of bananas. A lot of managing income. Looks like there's a lot of gold in this fort. Yeah, I kind of went with a more mineral-rich fort anyway, right? In kind of my headcanon, the reason we're not producing food is because there's nowhere to grow, but there is technically a tiny spot down here that we can grow. We can speak with the last one for the additional news. You know, like, this is all gold that I just straight up haven't mined up. Because, like, I mean, why would I bother so far? Like, we've got Galena, so I do have silver. And so we're actively making silver bolts and gold rings. Check his social skills. It can't be that high because he's not the mayor. So, this is actually kind of funny. I don't have a tavern. There is actually, I don't think, anywhere for them to socialize. Because I have a library and I have a temple. They don't socialize in the library. Unless they are scholars. And they're mostly, and the temple is like a specific religion temple. So, yeah. That's kind of, huh. They're still so happy? Yeah, well, I mean, the value of everything is, like, ridiculous, right? I'm actually, like, a little shocked about the general moods of this fort. What are the, There's also, like, a shit ton of drink variety, because I'm just buying everything that they bring, right? And because we're not producing anything, we are ending up with, we have a shit ton of food and drink variety. A tavern would be pretty cool. So this is, I don't know if you watched, I presume, I think that you watched the video that I made recently. This is the same faction in the same world. So in my, like, weird headcanon, I'm kind of, like, headcanoning this into that, like, This is a very, like, strict, rules-wise fortress, but I haven't really talked about that much. It's just kind of my own headcanon at the minute. I mean, maybe a dining hall. Name a farmer useless. Not to... This might shock you. There isn't a single farmer in this fortress. Because nobody is doing those jobs. This might be the first fortress in Dwarf Fortress history that doesn't get a farmer's guild. How about this? How about this? Can I make... Actually... I can't make a hoe. No. I was thinking I could make like an image of a farm field or a pick or like a shovel or something and then call it like useless. Actually, here's an idea. We'll call it an image of cave wheat. Is this a word? Yeah, there we go. The useless. You're welcome. I'll make 10 of them. We'll put them everywhere. The dwarves will love it. That's the best I could do, man. Is 20 farmers? I mean, I've gotten some, but none that have stuck around. Crub the Grub, the human chancellor. Noble Dwarf, there's much to discuss. There's so many discussions. Oh, squads have all returneth. Or at least the other squads have all returneth. So once all the leaders are back into the map, I can be like, get back to work, you lazy fucks. Okay, so you're good there. I'm actually just going to leave that. I think here what I'll do is this. No, not obsidian on that. This is all just going to be Gabbro. Gabbro, Gabbro, Gabbro. The gift of Gabbro. Or they're just out there listening to some Gabbro. No, we actually have a new queen. If you want to go look at Legends, it'll probably tell you what happened to Maffel. In legends.blindrl.net, you can go look at After Casket and see what has happened to all those dwarves. I don't actually, like, if I go to the civilizations screen, it's now Iteb who's queen. Micah's still alive, though. Micah's a duke of Grizzly Onions still. Don't know where he's moved to or if he's still around. Also, shoutouts to the Baroness of Bloat Paddle. That's just a good name. Just going to expand the food stockpile, so because I'm a little bit worried that there isn't enough space for all of it. Yeah, likely. I wonder if investments are open. It seems like it's been a while. Are those transparent doors? Yes. Glass doors are transparent, although they're called portals. So if you aren't thinking with portals, they're kind of hard to find. There's coyotes on the map, apparently. Okay, so everybody's back home. Except for the dwarves that are demanding tribute from the people down here. Which they probably won't succeed in if I'm gonna bet. I haven't asked for anything from any of the elves yet. Although they'd probably love me because it's not like I'm gonna be chopping down many trees. Let's go here. And I'm just going to pause the game before they leave, and I'm going to make a new squad. It's going to be a melee metal armor squad. And I will throw unnamed dwarves in who don't have any super important tasks to complete. You're going to be chucked to no orders, and I will throw you on that mission with them. Not quite yet. Oh, there you go. My bad then. Uh-oh. Seems like a bunch of humans are fighting with coyotes. Also, Bob is fighting with some coyotes. Where is Bob? Bob, where are you? Did you survive, Bob? No, but you did lose your clothing. Your pants are very, very damaged. Did you kill the coyote? No, you didn't. But you are chasing it still. Bob, why must you do this? This is not the wisest course of action. They're literally punching this poor coyote to death. What did it even do? It appears that the coyote either escaped or died, because they are now leaving. Only if they're all in the map in regards to the siege number. But yeah, I want to say that's the default. Which means I need to accelerate. My efforts, which, you know, we're doing pretty good. If I go back to anvils, I'm going to melt all of those. Melt a metal object. And I'm going to actually go here for you and say melt a metal object. Whenever there's more than 10 designated as melting, melt 10. They can just go work on that. Because I would really like to get those objects melted. Which are probably mostly just going to be the iron anvils, but... Do you guys hear that siren, out of curiosity? That was a loud one. The dog beneath me, that my neighbors own, is trying to help the siren. So, he's working very hard. Overtime, even. He's making sure that everybody is aware that there is, in fact, a siren outside, and he's still going. Dogs are kind of like parrots when it comes to sirens, I find. He's a friendly dog, though, so it doesn't bother me all that much. Unexciting life for too long. Oh, you just wait, honey. She wants to practice a martial art. Yeah, I don't mind the dog. There's some people in my building that get really annoyed by that particular dog, and I don't know. I ain't that person. Okay, so bars. How much iron do I have? I've got a shit ton of silver, decent. Okay, let's do iron minecart. And we'll just say 10, that's fine. There is a bunch of wild boar blood down there. That's probably not good. Probably not good, I don't know. I wonder if it was the ones that I sold that maybe, like, went crazy. It's possible. Anyway, I don't know what you mean about 80 dwarves. This is not an 80 dwarf fort. You know, this is kind of like having like a cloaking device for a fortress, I almost feel like. Because like our population definitely isn't 80. Don't tell the goblins. Our population definitely isn't 80. Make sure you don't tell the goblins. Because like... Wait, dwarf. Okay, fine, I'll send somebody else out. Also, let's go up here and just make some silver warhammers. Let's just make 30. 60. Fucking, I got tons of silver. Something for the weaponsmiths to work on that aren't bolts, because we're also working on those. And I'm going to, I think, go right here somewhere. And this is just going to be for the Marksword squad, which is the Steamy Gloves. Those dwarves. And they're going to store their bolts there. And I'm going to put a chest there. So let's just make another bunch of gold chests. Gold chest. Gold bless you. Oh, no. Cabinet. Let's just do 25 of each, I guess. Something like that. And in regards to your useless farmer request, Bert, you could probably place 2 of those. There you go. There's 2 separate... Okay, one of them's an image of a bat, and the other one is an image of caveweed. I will fix that. That actually looks kind of nifty. I don't think I've ever specifically made statues of plants before. So yes and no. If you are literally right next to goblins and and you're within a patrol radius, which basically means like you're within a day's travel of their fortress, you'll just get attacked at some point pretty early, probably, especially with goblins and, what's it called? Necromancer towers. However, if you're outside of that distance, they don't attack you until they realize that you're there. Oh, also, that's the wrong squad. It's not supposed to be the Steamy Gloves. It should actually be the Enchanted Treaties. And they won't actually, like, do anything until they realize that you're there. And they don't realize that you are there until, what's the word? They don't realize that you're there until you have about 80 dwarves. Unless you attack them first. So it's kind of I mean, you can change those numbers in the settings if you want. If like you feel that it's too early or takes too long. The game's like that specifically because before it was like that, it was just mean. Like it is like so that you don't just get wrecked immediately, basically. Otherwise they would just attack you. I'm scared I'm gonna block off the power to these guys. We'll see, actually. I'll use this as a test run, see if it blocks off the power. If it does, then I will change this design, but hopefully it doesn't. It is one of the more gamey mechanics in the game, though. I will say that. Because, like, in order for them to realize that your population is a certain number, you have to have that population when the game saves. At least that's how I would guess is how it would work. But since they can dig, yeah, but they probably wouldn't bring enough to dig initially. It's more like because most of them can break through doors, right? The fact that they can just like show up and immediately break down your doors and just be like, get fucked, is like the biggest issue for the player. I'm just going to go to kitchens Make sure they're not going to cook my drinks. I mostly just want them to cook the seeds. But that's fine. And goose tallow, that's also fine. There is, I think, a value threshold. That is true. I don't know. Also, like, a lot of the traditional knowledge that I'm just, like, spouting out here that are, like, is based on, like, the way the game has worked for, I don't know, the last several decades. That being said, you do need to realize that because a lot of stuff changed when the Siege updates hit, that not all of this information is necessarily accurate anymore because, asterisk, it may have changed. I don't think it has. I don't have much reason to believe that it has, but it might have, and so I might be completely wrong. I guess, like, operate with that asterisk at your own risk. Let's just use closest whatever. There is going to be so much construction job. Holy shit. But at this point, I'm very much just hoping that we don't get attacked in any way for a while, because otherwise, if these contraptions I'm building are not ready to go and we do get attacked, this fortress will just collapse probably. Unless something crazy happens, which is possible. God, I'm so excited for being able to, like, I really hope that in, like, the new diplomacy stuff that Tarn's working on will allow us to do some crazy things, like bring in mercenary armies to defend you, because, like, if you could just turtle until the mercs show up, that, man, I will be so happy about that. That'll be such a neat system if the way I'm imagining it gets implemented. I'm gonna try and be realistic, but, oh. No siege delay? You can turn that off in the difficulty settings, you know? I mean, or you could just literally settle right next. Like, if you just start a fortress, like, right here, you'll just get attacked, like, on day 10. Like, if you settle, like, right next to something that you're at war with, the second they realize you're there, they will attack you. Like, the second scouts stumble upon your fortress, you'll get attacked. So you can absolutely make that happen if that is something that you desire. If you truly want the sudden and quick release of death in your dwarven fortress, you can bring blood for the blood god and settle next to the enemy. They'll probably honestly appreciate the efficiency. Okay, all squads are back. Speaking of, let's send them back out. At some point, I'm just going to end up sending them repeatedly somewhere where, like, they're not even going to gather anything. Because I'm literally starting to run out of, like, known books. Which is kind of funny. I wonder how those demands went as well. Because that's, like, actually kind of an intriguing thought. Be neat if we actually did start getting tribute from somebody. Man, I am actually starting to run out of known locations full of books. Okay, there's some. Missions. let's get rid of that. Just need this squad to return. Probably have to send them on a quest to find an artifact. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Also, it seems that they found a coyote, and the coyote is now dead. So, yeah, that actually where I will just start stealing or reacquiring, I guess, artifacts from my old fortress. Because that one also had quite a bit of stuff. And I could get some pretty cool items from there, actually. Some ads are going to pop in about 10 seconds, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. Let's just make this into a Stoneworkers Guild. I'm just going to pause the game, so I will unpause when the ads are done so you won't miss much. Or miss as little as I can reasonably permit. Woodworkers, there it is. The Canyon of Diamonds, eh? High value. Do they get experience in tactics and leadership if they don't fight anything? I don't actually know. I should check my militia captains to find out, because I'm not actually certain if they do or if they don't. That should be plenty. Squad leader. Doesn't look like it. So, no. But we will start just raffle stomping them as soon as I get the chance. Also, how many books are in the library? 155. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Let's see how this demand tribute went. Then we'll wait until they get back. Although we're not doing, like, empty ruins. We're literally going for artifacts, so. Currently, I'm literally doing this just to keep them off of the map. Oh, it was rejected? Oh, sad. Womp womp. For a second, you thought it was a great training exercise. What you want is you want to find a place. What does train them, rather, is you want to find a place that has only civilians in it. So, like, when you attack and they just leave, that will train it. But, like, when there's enemies, like, when you raid, attack a place, and then they just leave, like, they don't kill anything because there's only civilians left and no soldiers, which is basically, like, when you need to, like, send them in to conquer it. It does, but it's, like, it's less upsetting for them than, like, a traitor dying, you know? Like, one time the traitors showed up and one of the humans turned into a were creature and killed, and then got killed and then left, and they left a lot of stuff, so that also hurt, but that's gonna hurt more than demanding tribute. But I will say a lot of this information could be moot in a month. Like, if Tarn adds the diplomacy stuff that he was talking about adding in the next couple months, this is all gonna be old, out-of-date information that won't be relevant. Because the things that are on the roadmap that Tarn wants to add are the ability to muster up forces from hillixes. So hillixes around you can provide mercenaries to go attack things, which is exciting, by the way, and non-combat ways to talk to other civs. So right now it's literally just demand tribute or ongoing tribute. So I just do one-time tribute because it's like the smallest demand you can make to like tell them that you exist and then they'll come trade with you. But if you could just be like, offer a trade agreement, and then they're like, give us 5 rings, I'll be like, yeah, okay, give us you ask the goblins if you can trade with them, and they're like, give us 15 of your like infant children and 2 fresh children per year, and I'll be like, oh god, don't challenge me with a good time. You embarked on top of a bunch of goblins and traps, and it didn't warn you or show you a marker. You can't escape their hole, though. I have a question. Or actually, I can tell you what happened if you want, Zach in YouTube chat. You settled on one of these. You settled on a camp. So they're invisible by default, unless you've exposed them in adventure mode. They have skin gems? Oh, that's questionable. It's not like they need people. Goblins are very, very obsessed with their absolutist imperial freedom ideology with no laws, and they want to free the dwarves from their communist dictatorship. And also Lunchables. Yeah, that too. Probably that as well. Literally, they train them as soldiers. Like, they convert them. Basically, they're Catholics. They're liberating the children from dwarven heresy. I don't know. Something like that. Probably. Can you see through glass floors? Yep. Yes, you can. Send the kids to daycare. Yeah. Obsidian. I don't know. Goblins are like quirky weirdos that are run by demonic overlords, so I wouldn't question too much about what they do. That's all I really got when it comes to dwarves. Why did these keep getting forbidden? What the heck? I really need to dig through this and connect that is what I need to do. Because that would actually be a more consistent way to do this. And call it Dwarf Punk. Dwarf is already kind of like glue on gears and call it steampunk. I have like mixed feelings on Steam. Not the platform, like Steam is like a mechanic for use. One, because I feel like it would be really hard to communicate visually in the game. That's just kind of like an issue that I have with a lot of like things that people say that would be cool. And also, Steam used to like scald dwarves and kill them, and it doesn't anymore. It hasn't for a while. That was actually removed from the game around the time the game became 3D. And another thing is Caves of Cud used to have Steam that would hurt dwarf or hurt the player character in Caves of Cud. I'm actually gonna put gems up here. I keep changing my mind, but and they removed it from Caves of Cud as well because it was very hard to tell why you were getting damaged by something and what was damaging you. Which kind of makes sense when you think about it. Like, it's just a really hard thing to convey to the player. Like, you are dying because you are getting blasted with steam is kind of a hard thing to visually communicate. And also, like, quite frustrating when that happens. So, like, I don't know. I have a lot of, like, mixed feelings on things like Steam doing damage to dwarves. Or, like, being used for power. Or being, like, a mechanic that I have to utilize. But, I would be open to trying it if Tarn wanted to implement it. It's just not something that I think that I personally would need or ask for, I guess. No, Luke, I am your father? Or is that a no, G-man, I am your father? Distracted? Why are you distracted? Unexciting life, wants to acquire something, lack of decent meals, being unable to be extravagant, make merry, family, friends, practice a martial art. So I have two options with this dwarf, chat. Olin Inky Portal's here. I could throw him into a squad and be like, go live an exciting life, you lazy fuck. Or we could just let him suffer. Those are two options. And then the actual option, the way to fix his issues is literally like give this dwarf a tavern. I think what I'm actually going to do as well is I'm going to make a clothes shop and we're going to start making silk clothing. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast, Tutzel Bothum, Agseth has come, a gigantic blob composed of grime and filth. It has two short tails and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poison vapors. That sounds like an Agseth, after all. Okay, well, it's kind of gross. It has never killed anything. It's probably never encountered a living thing. And it can't get into the fortress, so I think we Gucci. Muck with a stink cloud. Yep. That is a metalsmith. I've got two blacksmiths currently. They're both ladies. Would you like one of those, Corey? Malign the Murk of Ages? It's like the crummy, grimy, gross, icky version of the Rock of Ages. You know, it's something that I've been throwing around in my mind, just as an idea. And this is partially something I've been throwing around in my mind because of the fact that I now live somewhere that no longer is going to change the clocks for half the year. I've been thinking about maybe streaming 1 hour later and trying to keep the streams a bit shorter and maybe adding an extra day. Like if I change actually, maybe just keep the time the same, but like if I add an extra day, 1 or 2 of the days would be just like shorter streams. It's kind of something I'm considering. And wandered until now sounds vibey. All right, this Corey, fancy, fancy. Do you have a dwarf in this in this world previously, Corey? Like we did Squidward, and then we did After Casket in this world. Because after today, I'm kind of actually considering just throwing Saturdays on the schedule in place of Fridays. You did in Squidward? Okay, well then I can give you a slightly different name if you want to make it easier for you to determine who is who in Squidward versus the one in Squidward. So if you have a variant on your name, like I could just name you Corey or Pantsy or Fancy Pantsy or like, I don't know, Corey 2. Or Pants the Corey Fance or I don't know. Or I could just name you the same thing and then just not worry about it. I'm not against it. Like, it really doesn't matter to me. The only thing for me about working weekends that could be a concern in the future is if I'm going to if I'm literally going to not be at home and not able to stream one day, it would be the weekend, which is why, like, I just kind of prioritize Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays because, like, those are the days where I can just consistently be here. So I think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are still going to stay. Like, nothing's really going to change with those days. It's just I've messed around with Thursdays. I really don't want to stream Mondays. There's just something about like the way my weekends end up going usually where like I would never be in a mood to stream on a Monday. The Legend of Corey 2. Yeah. Corey squared. Corey fancy it is. All right, the fanciest is Glazed Saber. There's a dick joke in that. She's generally quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She tries to do things correctly each time and does not go out of her way to help others. She occasionally overindulges and has a greedy streak. She scratches her head when she's thinking and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally believes that hard work is one of the highest ideals and a key to the good life, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and dreams of raising a family, and likes bauxite and zinc and goshenite and chickens for their clucking, giant leopards for their spotted coats, and the words of these skirts of embracing, and the sound of the songs of clossing, and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics, when possible, prefers to consume white spotted puffer and pig cheese and cranberry wine, and absolutely hates rats. We don't like Mondays, but do we like lasagna? No, Sunday is like usually like Monday is usually like the days I like straight up take off, unless I'm like working on a project. So like Monday is like the day that I wind back into working, I guess. Like come back around to the idea of like, yeah, I guess I have a job I need to do. Mostly. Like Tuesday is my Monday, really. I hope not. Last I checked, I don't have cat hair. I'd be, like, making myself sneeze, probably. How on earth did a gold nugget get up there? Let's put a ramp there so we can get it down, because that shouldn't be up there. Bars. The fuck should I make all this lead into? Lead, I don't know. Could just make lead gems. Don't, like, I don't need to be led towards dad jokes. I'll do them myself. Lead chains. Oh, Dwarves is back. Lead crafts to wear. I don't want to slow my dwarves down intentionally. It not bad for strength training, really bad for actual like dwarven movement speed. Actually, another thing I could use them for is I could just make flooring out of them. Lead floors look pretty good. I could also use them to make walls. Or like fortify walls, I guess. Could also make bridges out of them. Why don't I make a lead roof up here? Oh, because there's no ramps up there right now. That's why I won't do it. Lead pipes for drinking water? Oh, yeah, def. 100%. We can absolutely do that. All right. This is going to get this stuff done way quicker. Not going to lie. Fortress looking pretty good. We could put like a little tower thingy over here. Fortress looking pretty good. It's starting to get somewhere. Naturally. I mean, what else would we line it with? If nothing, if not asbestos. Or just stud stuff. Actually, yes, studding is also another thing we could do. Silver is probably one of the best value to weight ratios for jewelry. Disagree, adamantine. But yes, no, you're right. I'm not using silver for jewelry though. Absolutely not. That's gonna be bolts. Because silver is one of the only materials I have in this fort that I have a decent amount of that can be made into weapons. So hammers, spears, bolts, swords, etc. Have I ever wanted material properties to be more limiting, like a chalk table? Tarn has talked about that a couple of times, like wanting to implement stuff. But I find it really funny that whenever like they've gotten more limiting than they used to be, right? You used to be able to make walls out of soap and like charcoal and stuff, which you can't do anymore. And so whenever like that is actually implemented, people just complain about it for forever. Like people have been complaining that you can't make walls out of soap since they removed that. So I don't know. I honestly don't care all that much. Mostly because like, you know, sand doesn't fall, right? Am I against the idea? No. I would be okay with it. It would just need to be implemented in a way where it's like interesting, you know? There we go. Okay, I set them to ranged by mistake. And then once they do that, I'm going to tell them to go back over here and grab all this. Get out of here. Also, you're a captain of the guard. I was kind of unaware of the fact that I made a captain of the guard. Not intentionally. Oh well. So yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not against the idea, but they've done it before, so they'll probably do it again. Wouldn't surprise me. It's not like for like my #1 priority or anything. A giant fat wall, aka a fatberg. God, fatbergs scare the shit out of me in real life. Like truthfully, those fatbergs are freaky. It's just people being irresponsible with their sewage, basically. Okay, so now that I've done that, because those are going up. No access to mechanisms. Rock mechanisms. Yeah, we'll just use obsidian. And I'm just gonna go mine out some more obsidian. I mean, like, because there's a bunch of it up here. A Forgotten Beast is just a big glob of fat. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I guess grime and filth could be interpreted as just a glob of fat. But I don't know. I've always associated that a little bit more with like mucus and vomit and stuff. The dwarves have arrived to trade. There's a coyote skeleton there. All right, ring. Coin. Toy? No. What did I make into lead? Chains, right. No, those aren't valuable enough. I've forgotten about all the crafts and stuff that I've made. That's a lot of silver bolts. Cart. The gold mine carts, because those are worth so much. I don't actually have as much to trade as I thought I did. It's okay though. We got what we do have is pretty high value, so we should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine. Worst case, I'll just sell some bolts. Yeah, I think that's the worst case. Green glass disc. I'm just gonna start that as a repeating task right there. I mean, so actually, you know what's something I would change back if I had the opportunity? Donkeys in Dwarf Fortress. The domestic ones used to be called donkeys, and wild donkeys were called an ass. And so you could get a forgotten beast that was an ass. So you could get a large ass, or a were-donkey would be a large ass twisted into humanoid form. I wish that they would replace the wild donkeys just being donkeys as ass again, because I really miss... I realize it doesn't hit the same when it's like a picture of a donkey on screen instead of like a D, but or an A in the case of a forgotten beast. I really miss just a wild ass twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow yellow. You will know why you fear the night. It's like, yeah, I would actually. Or like, I mean, it's like naming like a female dog a bitch, right? Like it's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. Here, there's much to share. We're getting so much news, man. I think once we get the cannons set up, I'll make these poor dwarves a tavern. Agitated giant ass. Yes, absolutely. You know, it's like it sat on sandpaper. I mean, I would be too. I mean, we still have ox peckers, which make me blink twice when they show up, but it's like a what now? An excuse me? And I beg your pardon? You know, mark all. Okay, no, I can't actually do everything. Unmark all. Now I need to redo this because... I was curious if I could actually afford everything, which I can't. Okay, that's all milk and then stuff we can use. And I will just sell rings until... Let's try that. No, I will not give you an additional minecart. Ah, fine. Fuck it. We'll accept the counteroffer. And then let's go here. What do you... Let's say... Bring me some wood. And bring me... Hematite, please. You want shields and bucklers. Let's go to the other ones. You brought us logs. Just gonna skip that this time. Buy some fancy shirts. Bronze mail shirts. Actually just gonna buy their clothing. I'm sure the dwarves will appreciate it a little bit. I don't generally buy clothing, so this is like kind of a newer thing. Or not really a newer thing, but like not something I do frequently. I just know I can afford it, so might as well. Kind of deal. Let's also trade some gold stacks. I'm done. And now we're just waiting for the last one. And they're there. Now we just need to wait for them to get up here and trade. Chad, is there a wording in a video game that's like using a correct usage of the word, but just makes you go, huh? Because it's not used that way anymore for the sake of being like realistic? I had that happen with a movie recently, or with a book, or with a video game recently, but like I was playing or watching the movie The Witch. That movie has a lot of verbiage and words in it that just make me go, huh? I'm sorry, you what now? What are you saying? Just because of like usage of like Old English or older English. I'm sharing so much more news as well with my expoing. Yeah, no, this faction is going to be like fucking goated to play an adventure in, because they're going to have the knowledge of literally everything. So if you play as this faction, you're going to know where every fucking cave is in the world. You're going to know where every single like interesting location is in the world. You're going to know everything if you play this faction. Okay, let's go over here. We're also in an ad break, so I'm not going to unpause until the ads are done. Let's drop in a couple more mechanic shops. No, those should go up here. Let's actually just throw them down in this bottom area. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, that's fine. Down here, you can be clothing. So let's go loom. Loom. And clothes. Microcline, I'm an idiot. And then down here, I'm just going to do cloth. But no thread, just cloth. Yeah, and then we'll figure out exactly like how we're doing on that. Final Fantasy, old languages? Gotcha. Yeah. How goes the lurking out there this weekend, chat? On this Saturday. What are we up to this weekend? You guys got any plans? You gonna go do anything interesting? Just chilling at home? Hiding from reality? Speaking of hiding from reality, I get to go figure out exactly what I owe in taxes this year. That's my biggest plan for this weekend. And I'm going to go visit my parents on Monday after I do that, so I can cry. But you moved yesterday? Hell yeah! I mean, yay! No. Hopefully it was like an easy move. Hopefully things went smoothly. Chicken tomorrow. Ooh. No plans for the weekend? Fair. I think your dwarf is pretty crazy, Ray, in YouTube chat. You are a legendary appraiser. This is like the most specific values of things you can get. You know the exact value of every item in the entire fort, off by heart, from memory. I also need to finish a fence for the veggie garden. I have to vacuum this room because I didn't do that last weekend because I edited for 1 trillion hours. I also have to figure out all of my, like, money numbers for the taxes today. Like, I need to get all of my deductions formatted before tomorrow. And then on the ferry, I'm going to be doing a cutting session of a video that I filmed last week but hasn't been released yet, which my editor has had in his possession all week, so. Which I'm not sure when that'll see the light of day, but at some point it'll see the light of day, that's for sure. I take it the traders won't be pleased that somehow a shitty appraiser sold a shoe? No, so if it's a rough estimate, you get ripped off. The better the appraiser, like, the better the value you get, is essentially how that works. And if, like, they're better at, like, making demands for different prices, then that's also better for you. So, like, let's see if I can trade 1,000 or you see, like, 1,000. They only get a profit of 1,000, but they accept it because my dwarf's good at his job. So, you know, Crub the Grub meets with the diplomat Muthcat and says, "There's much to," and they say, "There's much to share. Let's discuss." They compliment the place and tell us to go on with our day. And he's standing down here next to another diplomat. Well, imagine sleeping with a diplomat next to you. Then they have their meeting. Another intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. This is... Okay, I really need to fix that because I don't need no diplomats dying because they decided to walk through a meat grinder. So it's best that I fix that. Down in here, let's go. Scabro is fine. And then up here, a baby was born in the fort as well. And this can have a jeweler's shop. And that can all be a gem stockpile. But we're just going to stick to just gems. Negotiator skill is how they complete the trade. Actually, now that makes me wonder. What is the negotiator skill? But yeah, that's correct. I can never remember how to spell this name. Proficient negotiator. And a legendary appraiser. That's pretty crazy. Let's check my silk supplies. Okay. Holy giant cave spider silk. All right, let's do silk hood. And let's just do 20. Let's do 50, and I will do those annually. And then that's all I'm going to do for the minute. But we're just going to let the dwarves acquire some hoods. Oh, geez, I also didn't satisfy the need of this. That's wild. It's not a high enough value. That's crazy. I thought it would be. Oh well, 2 more statues, 3 more statues should do it. Let's just pave this for the Baron. And then the rest of this we can just do in lead, maybe? You cheat the other guy and pass the same as on to you. Yeah. Well, he's so good at appraising because, like, of how many people we're trading with, right? Like, we're just trading with an absolutely ridiculous number of different factions. So, like, each trading season, we trade twice per year, mostly. We trade with 4 factions, 5 factions now with the humans, and then 3 with the dwarves. So that's just kind of crazy in and of itself. Okay, so let's go down to here. See how this is doing. Those are all powered. Sweet. Let's keep working on you. I made you 1 too far away, so you can't connect. Okay, we're out of materials. So I can make them run, like, quite a bit slower. I probably only need to run them to about there. This one over here is going to need more power. And then you're over here making cloth hoods. And then I can go into here and make more mechanic shops. What are the tracks for? I'm making a fully automatic minecart cannon, or lava cannon, using minecarts. But in order to do that, I need a bunch of minecarts that can go in a circle very, very quickly. So we're working on that. But that's why I have almost no beds and like almost no actual functionality in this fort, because everything is going into this cannon. And there's a marmot over there. But this is actually going to be the front door for the fort. So essentially another thing I need to start doing is right here. Is going to need to connect across this way. I need 160. of a material. So we'll just use Gabbro. Because this is going to be front door eventually. Big front door energy. What kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard is the question. I need another weapon rack and another armor stand. Beard, since you can't, sure, can do. Those are the happiest dwarves in the fort. If you have any preference, please select one. The happiest bearded dwarf, actually, who isn't named already, is Domas, who's a peasant. But there's also Udil, the mechanic, and Thykut, the gem cutter. Also, I would say round of beers for this, not in like a congratulatory way, but just like I feel you, mate. Katie Grieg in YouTube chat 10 minutes ago said, I got broken up with. Making a prime rib roast, mashed potatoes, and steamed Brussels sprouts, and oyster mushroom gravy. Fuck yeah. Sounds delicious. Love me a mushroom gravy. You want Dolmas? Okay, can do. I can't remember if you had a previous dwarf, so if you'd like a different variation on a name, let me know. He is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. Your last name is Sword Canyon if you'd like to find yourself in Legends. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is slow to anger and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, tends to think before acting, and has a calm demeanor. He isn't particularly curious about the world and doesn't handle stress well. He has a greedy streak, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees introspection as valueless, and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. And he values honesty and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Not much history? Yeah, it's usually the case. Not too surprising. And he likes basalt and trifle pewter, as well as yellow sespertine and giant honey badger parchment, and the color sea green. Bull sharks for their aggressive nature. In the words of the goldenrod of smiles, and when possible prefers to consume brook lamprey, potato wine, and finger millet flour, and pineapples, and absolutely hates roaches. His dry, curly hair is extremely long, and his nose is upturned. He's married to Diamond. And he's a former militia dwarf. Oh, right. You were the one that didn't leave. So I booted you out of the military. You were also formerly a fortress guard. So at some point you had... This dwarf's had some history. So you previously were a member of the Oars of Mortality. And you traveled here. Obviously you got married. You were a fortress guard at one point, so... Maybe not notable history, but you've got some history. You were previously a caravan guard, similar to these dwarves. Is potato wine the same as vodka? No, because wine is not vodka. So just like fundamentally from the basis, they are quite a different thing. But like if you want to be very reductive about it, then yeah, I mean, sure. Okay, let's deconstruct that. I was gonna say, are you stuck? No, you're not. You could just climb down that. Oh, no, you are actually stuck. Well, that's a little awkward. Here, let's just deconstruct this. It's like, no, you can leave. No, literally, I've, like, blocked this dwarf in. There's no way for this dwarf to get out. Good thing I spotted that. Okay, so something I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this level. And this is going to be our food supply. What'd you miss today? A whole lot of acquiring books. The fortress has gotten quite a bit bigger. And I'm just slowly building up my hopes and dreams so that they can come crashing down. I'm slowly building up my hopes and dreams so that I can, you know, utilize my hopefully one day greatest weapon. And I'm gonna get the extra squad that isn't leaving to go train for a day. Or for a series of days, I guess. But pretty good, Lanix. How are you doing on this Saturday? It's been a relatively notable stream, I would say, so far. Okay, I need to check something, actually. You are all built, so I'm gonna go right here and just throw in 2 doors. And, actually, something that you missed, we got some very generous piles of gift subs today due to Twitch's sale, which ends soon, TBD. Actually, I haven't even looked. It was 180 books the last time I looked in the library. It is 159 books, so I guess it's gotten smaller. Enjoy Gorges has been found at half a day's travel. Oh, we have a legendary appraiser because of how much trading we've been doing, and we're already a barony. So we've got a baron in the fort already, which is kind of nuts. You know what's another thing I could do? Is I could just start sending all of my dwarves that migrate here to the Helixes. And then if I need them back, I could just request them back. I mean, that's kind of a genius feeling, hey? I mean, what is that if not, like, practically peak big brain thoughts? I might actually start doing that with everybody else that we have. Or, like, anybody who maybe, like, stops enjoying being in the military, we'll just send them out. Like, once I start training, like, if I get military dwarves that aren't happy, like, that could be the strat. Okay. I got 2 iron. Let's do 4 steel helms. Too bad you can't export food from them? Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I've never actually thought about, like, micromanaging your population for, like, only dwarves that dream of, like, dwarves that would do well in the military. If you don't do well in the military, get to the Helix. Because that could be kind of wild, actually. You watched a ton of my videos unbeknownst to me. I mean, hey, most people do. You single-handedly taught you the fundamentals of Dwarf Fortress. Happy to help, mate. Happy to help. Let's go over here. And slowly click that button. Okay, spears, and what do you want? Figurines. Okay, so let's just do rock figurine 3 and silver spear 3. And I will just do those quarterly. No, not monthly. Quarterly. And that should satisfy both of those nobles, ideally. Ideally. Oh, speaking of, you've got skilled discipline and stuff. And dreams of mastering a skill. Sweet. Why don't I throw you into a new squad, then? Melee metal armor. Most recent dwarfist to Arrivus. Next. You're an expert marks dwarf. Oh. Don't dream of mastering a skill. I'm going to send you to that place. Dreams of mastering a skill. Has anybody here ever tried to micromanage their military like this, by the way? I'm kind of curious. You're a surgeon? Because I can't say I have. Oh no, a horse. I'll have to eat that. You're an expert marks dwarf. Brought a big family with you. That's a lot of mouths to feed. This dwarf has a big family, though. Oh shit, look at this. Did you come from the previous fort? Oh hey, look at that! Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Chat, we found a crew of 5 from After Casket. Did the kids come from After Casket as well? I guess we'll have to find out.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is...
How's your back feel?
Yeet.
That's my AMA. Found him in Legends? Anything interesting? Saw a bunch of dead bodies, you know. Has relived a lot of trauma, haunted by the dead. Her husband, on the other hand, no. Well, personally has deep dislike of the natural world, doesn't care about family one way or another. Wow. Doesn't see the point of working hard. Well, get in the military with your wife. Because I can't have you around here, dwarf. Her dad was the former Exalted Blade? Like Zulban? How about kid? Uh-oh. Well, this kid was there previously. Made an artifact there. Was in the combined stockade and the nets of coding. The Flickering Mechanism is a good name. Well, you're new. Can you join the military? Or do I boot you out? You'll be fine. Oh, another dwarf. Odom Blue Diamond. And Exiled Blade. Okay. And a Holy Lightning. Well, that's good. Former Militia Dwarf. you know, once again, Dwarf has done well. Former militia Dwarf? Oh. Oh, because you're from my faction, because my squad, one of my squads just, wait, what? Hold on. You were a militia dwarf in this fort. But they... Oh, did I just, like, add you and then remove you? I think I must have done that. You are haggard. Oh. Well, kiddo. Good luck. Good luck. We'll sell them. We'll send them to the camp up north if they become a problem. Which is absolutely what we will do. Gonna melt more metal objects as well. Oh, we're in an ad break. Pause game. You typically have one that's designated military unit that all aspire for it, and that is strictly trains as a hobby martial training unit. Yeah, I that's usually what I end up doing in Evities, but this is not a usual fort for me, so. The extent of your squad micromanagement was to train 2 months on and then 4 months off for civilians staggered. The professional soldiers would be 5 on, 1 off staggered. I don't think I ever do that. I just manually turn them on and off periodically. Like I almost never automate the training schedules. Like I don't use a default one. I don't like use any of them. I just, you know, let it run more or less. Regardless of how, you know, whether or not, like, that's actually, like, the smart way to do it. But that is how I do it. All right, these ads are coming to an end here. Then I can unpause the game. Okay. And we can start moving stuff down here. You right here are gonna get linked to that and then pulled. And hopefully nobody stands on it for too long. That would be bad. I'm just gonna try and tell them to not go that way unless they need to, you know? It's tough to micro on stream. Yeah, thankfully you generally only need to do it once though, right? Which is kind of the big benefit of it. Is that you generally only need to do it once. Which makes the whole process significantly easier. Okay, I'm also going to throw a gear right there. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to go up that way. Up that way. Up that way. Well, can't do it. Don't have 2 mechanisms. Once we have 2 mechanisms, then I'll be able to do it. And then I'm going to see if I can power this thing. Because I'm pretty sure that, like, this whole thing's not actually going to need that much more power. But we'll see. And then all I need to do is get these minecarts in place. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Okay, and then you just iron minecart. Iron minecart. Iron minecart. Iron minecart. Iron minecart. Iron minecart. I did one of them twice. And then iron minecart. Cool. So those will all get placed, and then in order to turn the thing on, all I need to do is pull this lever. And then they'll fall down here. They'll run down to the bottom here. And then they'll fall down a level. And then they'll be pushed up this. Basically, I need to get rollers all the way throughout that, and then rollers all the way up this. And then I probably can get away with a lot less rollers after that. But we'll see. Just short on mechanisms now. I am out of obsidian. That is why I'm no longer making mechanisms, apparently. Oh, also this makes a lot of sense. I was like, why are they not like going down here and just grabbing these mechanisms? Because they literally can't get down there anymore. Well, that explains it. Alrighty, chat. We're kind of at that point of the stream where things are getting a little lurky, which is totally fine. But I guess what I just wanted to state is if you want the stream to go later, keep the stream active. Otherwise, we will start to wind down here. My main goal for today when I started was to get all this stuff done, but I'm not entirely positive I'll be able to get to it, but we'll see. Oh, also I need to butcher those animals that got brought here. There's only 2 of them that are butcherable. It's a shame. There's a king snake on the map. That's neat. Just a little tipsy. What you sipping? I'm assuming you meant a rum and coke, not a run and coke. Hitting harder than planned. You need to cut the ratio back. How much did you put in it? Or was it just like eyeball it? Those are always a little dangerous. Fun, but a little dangerous. About 2 shits of rum and 1 can of coke. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I've normally tried to intentionally, read through typos so to not, embarrass people. That, I have to read that one. I am legally required to read that one. 2 shits. Definitely. 2 shits of rum and a can of coke. 100%, yes. That is the correct ratio for a rum and coke. You nailed it. Obligated, 100%, yeah. And it's time to, speaking of being obligated, it's time to send the dwarves as far away as possible once more. I haven't even started, raiding stuff yet. That's been set to go away. That's fine. Those are all getting worked on slowly. These are all hauling boulders, mostly obsidian. And then you start encrusting furniture with cut gems. I'm gonna start doing that on repeat. I'm actually just kind of curious as to what they encrust, because there's just gonna be a ton of furniture down here. Some extremely high value stuff. Also for bars, steel. Let's do steel breastplate. 5 of them. Another Helix has been founded, half a day's travel to the northwest, and they look to our thriving economy for its future prosperity. I don't know if I would call our economy thriving. Also, Reg is now a count, by the way. I would call that thumbs up. I think I missed out actually on making a lot of count jokes in the recent video.
20 months.
Regrets.
Tempest Fugit.
Dr. Linden, thank you very much for the 21-month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for 21 months? And what do you got? Another day older and deeper in Dwarf. Sub for 21 months. And what do you got? Another month older and deeper in Dwarf. Honestly, there's worse things. Well, cheers, Lyndon. Thanks for continuing to stick around and help keep the channel funded. It's like, it is like those Prime subs go a very long way. And are largely like what keeps this channel going, so thank you. Also, quietly down here, we're working on this, which no one's even started building yet. Shit, dude. Thanks for the 5-pack. Do we have armor yet? I don't have any materials that can be readily made into armor outside of stuff that I'm melting. So, no, not really. I think I've got like 1 armored dwarf total. So I've got some dwarves that want to pray to unrelated gods. I think I shall make them a small shrine to pray to. Because, you know, we are religious. Oh no! Anyways, the Forgotten Beast of Naguk has come, a scaly leech. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. Its pine green scales are blocky and far apart. Beware its poison nom-noms. What does it look like? It's literally a noodle. I wonder if it's gonna go kill the grime ball, because there's a grime ball. What is that? Shit, it's Selfrite? That stuff's so pink. Hey chat, could I get a round of beers, please? That there was 5 subscriptions and 2 people posted beers. I'm not counting the bot. 3 people posted beers. We can get at least 5 people to post beers. YouTube, you can participate too by posting beers or hitting the heart button. I don't know. You could mod that into the game Black Winds by changing like not a lot of in-game text or not a lot of raw text. So I've had this, I call these a mic condom. I know that's not what it's called. I bought this in 2016. It is literally starting to disintegrate. This little foam mic cover for this microphone. I've had it for so long. I bought it originally because my older audio setup made it like the popping of my voice like came through a lot more. And I'm debating as whether or not I should get another one of these or just throw it out and just stop using it. I can't decide. Can you have a bearded military dwarf? I do have some. I mean, there's Gushrir, the Home Guard. If you've had a dwarf in this world before and would like a different variation on a name, let me know. He personally develops negative feelings towards things, is a perfectionist, and can lose focus on the matter at hand. He does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he has a greedy streak. He does not often feel lustful. He has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in conversations and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. He's put off by family and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. This dwarf is very cranky. You don't like anything, really. He likes brass, clear diamond, and masked lovebird leather, backpacks, and earrings, and the sound of the vermilion rhymes and the sight of the veneration of luxuries, and when possible prefers to consume muscle, sunshine, and horse's milk and fonio, and absolutely hates flies. welcome to the fort. You worship Arketh, which I'm not familiar with what that is. You're not part of any religions, and you were originally... Right, yes, this is the dwarf that was previously... One of the dwarves that was previously a member of the Picts of Destiny, which, by the way... There's a lot of names in this world I really like. The Picts of Destiny is, like, S tier. Like, that is... very high on the tier list of names that I go, fuck yeah. Consume sunlight. Well, sunshine is a beverage that is brewed from sunberries. So, you know, it's not quite literally consuming sunshine, but it's close. Yes. Dave Danger.
Over here, he has a sword.
He does, in fact, have a sword. Actually, I think hammer, but we'll pretend it's a sword for the sake of the bit. Yeah, with the pick of destiny. Yes. Tenacious D in the pick of destiny. I thought everybody was running away from combat for a second there, but literally no, that was just the game speeding up briefly. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of half of this stockpile, because this is going to get expanded. So, do you guys want to find out how far this goes? How far these cannons will go? I want to actually see how far around the loop they'll make it. So I'm gonna... I know they won't make it all the way, but I'm going to forbid these two doors and pull this lever. We're gonna call this the early test run. You guys ready for early test run 5000? Okay, so far so good. Okay, obviously they don't make it all the way up. Then they get stuck there. And now that's exceptionally dangerous. So thankfully, I do actually have an emergency way to turn this thing off. And the emergency way of turning this thing off is go all the way up to here and deconstruct this. Well, actually, no, don't deconstruct that. Go all the way up here, put a lever here, connect this lever to that, and then pull it. We'll turn them off. And then down here, I can just do this. Pull this again, and then that'll, you know, sort that out. I'm also going to take these two squads and set them to off-duty for a minute, so that they can go assist. You headed to bed, Dr. Linden? Or, yeah, we'll see you later. Take care, mate. Is distance different if they are filled? No, I don't think so. Like, genuinely, I don't think so, but I'm not 1000% positive on that. God, he worships the god of gambling, luck, games, and fertility. Huh. Doesn't like using protection, I guess. With the Hawaiian rum you bought today? Well, hopefully the rum's good. I like a rum every once in a while. It tastes like summer in the right context. Okay, so I can now pull this. He doesn't like much, but he loves fertility and gambling. Huh. Basically, like, he's just a casino fiend. I'm not a rum drinker. I literally haven't had rum in like a year. But like I will drink rum occasionally when it's available because it's tasty. It's not something I go out of my way to drink. But every now and again it's like, yeah, I could use some rum. Like rum is like a once a year thing kind of for me. The scary thing about this part is if it's the wrong material and not lava safe, these might catch fire. Well, that's not good. Ruh-roh. Yeah, no, exactly. An ambush, chat. Curse all friends of nature. Let's hope that my local squads can get suited up quickly. And let's hope that this isn't a huge siege. What have they brought? The good news is, I think that we are more well-armed than they are, even though we are underpowered. We, at the very least, have metal weapons. Chat? We just got sieged by, or we just got ambushed by elves. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to enable this. I'm going to hit T, and then I'm going to go through and I'm going to pause every single one of these tasks, and then just make sure that everybody is getting assigned to that tiny little zone in the middle of the fort. Because this is going to be chaos for a minute. So, grab your favorite emotes to indicate, oh god, or combat, or vile force of darkness, or round of beers, or whatever you want to grab. Post it in the chat. And let's hope that this goes okay. And as for the squaddies, well... they're all completely separated and undertrained. But we do have a few dwarves with some training. Such as Bob. Although Bob is shirtless. Doesn't seem to mind, though. There's already combat sounds. A miner named Zon is in combat. Judosi is running up at the front as well. The dwarves are charging in. If I scroll down, it appears that this baby here is not in the best of ways. But Mum, on the other hand, is doing quite well. Fending off that initial elven siege wave. Nobody appears to have died yet, which is, I guess, a good sign. The fact that there's a bunch of them all in a crew is, like, pretty good. Dave Danger's been injured. Sengor has not been injured. Judosi is enraged at all enemies, bleeding and stunned. Bob is shirtless, still, which is good. As I would expect. Once again, I was going to say nobody's been found dead. Bunch of animals have been found dead. So they found my livestock, it seems. Well, here goes round 2. Round 2 is a little bit further down the cliff at the minute. I do hope that the rest of the Rafflestomp Brigade comes back, or it comes and helps, because hot damn, we're going to need them. Dave Danger charges and immediately falls. Rest in peace, Dave Danger. You were too green for this world. Another ambush, curse all friends of nature. I'm going to... Oh, no. Oh, no. They've already made it into the fort, chat. Apparently. I'm gonna... just cry, I guess. There ain't much else I can do. Lost Dave Danger and Zasset. Our militia commander, who is easily the most skilled of my squaddies, is fighting and overexerted. Perhaps she can snap out of it and survive. Otherwise, maybe not. Curse all friends of nature. They've made it up to the top of the volcano, which is not good. We can survive this, though. I have faith. It's going to be tough, but I have faith. Bob is pretty injured. Can you stand at the minute? Okay, a lot of injuries. Same with you, Errol. Oh, then some. You are still fighting. The dwarves are regrouping. I'm going to move the dwarves' squads up to the door here. Gonna try and bring them back. There's still more. Good lord. Actually, okay, actually, hold on. How many of them are there that we are aware of? Not a small number. Well, that's not good. They're gonna hold the door. We've got Led here, who is quite injured and bleeding. We've lost a dwarf named Thighcut. I'm going to throw in the dwarves in the fortress who have skills in combat. To hopefully bring in some assistance. It seems that we have lost Led. Another Helix has been founded. And it seems that all of my squads have now returned. All right. Now we get to find out what we can do. Now that I actually have... Oh man, that's not good. Okay. I was gonna say a lot of my mark stores don't seem to have ammo. Yeah, they didn't bring ammo with them on those adventures. Well, that's not fun. Well, I mean, not good. But these dwarves are at least armed. There's ammo back there. God damn it. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. So far, we haven't lost anybody else who's named. But I do have a... Okay, actually, I'm gonna send the dwarves right here so that we can rescue Sengor. I'm also going to repurpose my dormitory as a hospital. And I'm going to tell these two squads to stay right here so we can get rid of that elf. I'm going to go down into the fortress. I'm going to go right here. This is just going to become a hospital. So you can sleep there if you need to, but primarily it's, you know, not that. And let's add this to the burrow. I'm going to need a chief medical dwarf, which I don't currently have. I don't know. Snail, congratulations, you're the chief medical dwarf. I hope you like surgery, because you get to learn it now. Have you died yet? No, you haven't, but you are still overexerted. You are moving as well. Bob is now dead. Well, that's not good. Where's Bob? Bob is all the way over here. Rest in peace, Bob. I've got Imwish, the recruit here, who's doing some work on her own in a martial trance. She's never even seen a spear before, yet this is her first time using it, and honestly, I think that she's learning by doing quite effectively. Where's the gluts of the invaders? There's a bunch up here at the top here. It seems that the enemies have primarily retreated at this point. We're going to... Oh, wow. You just, like, beat the shit out of that dwarf with your or elf with your bare goddamn hands. She punches the elf swordsman in the upper leg with her hand, bruising the bone. That is impressive. Still got... Oh, Romanite Trial was found dead. That's unfortunate. I was also very much hoping this would happen, by the way. Did you just steal the dwarf's sword? That's intense. And then some. Gorg here is fending off dwarves with her bare hands. She shakes the elf after biting it, I presume. All right, but she bit it in the head, and then she shook it around by the head, which actually shredded the head's muscle and opened up an artery. I think we may have just defeated this siege, chat. There is a total of only caged invaders remaining. Which means I need to just sit here and hope that there isn't, in fact, more. And I need to go here. I need to go doctor. Doctor. And then let's just go here and just make sure none of them are resting. Surgeon is. And I need access to water. Which means I've got at least one forgotten beast I think I need to kill. Can you fly? Let's just hope you can. That's gonna take a while. And we lost less than 10 dwarves, I think. So I should be able to go down to here and just use closest. Oh, I see the problem here. We toast to a victory, damn right. All right. Cheers, Peregrine. I mean, a lot of subs have been gifted due to the sale that Twitch is having, which is greatly appreciated, honestly. Okay. Terrifying. And there go the moods. It was nice knowing you, dwarves. Well, the moods were good. Let's see, who's recovering wounded? We are recovering woundeds as effectively as we can. Well, the good news is we can get rid of the elves by throwing them in the volcano. I think that's the best news out of this. So do those extra elves. We don't even need you. I mean, why would we? Actually, which one did I assign to that? Let's follow it. This one. King Roared actually has quite a little bit of history, in fact. Did you kill any of my dwarves? Oh, wow. You did, in fact, kill 2 of my dwarves, as well as 10 additional dwarves in Rainbridge and Shot Torch. English, the fishery worker, has created I Gemes Bastos, a perfect smoky quartz. A true celebration of our victory. Well, naturally. I mean, we must ask our god what we should do first, though. Clearly. I think this has been a really fun little set of events in this fort. I really hope that this fort turns into a video, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm enjoying this one so far. It's been a fun sesh, if you will. I could see this one continuing to be fun, if not getting better. I'm also actually going to put a food stockpile back underneath this so none of this rots. And we're going to have a lot of stuff that we got to do. Burr, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Holy shit, dude. It's still going. You guys are too kind. Thank you so much, man. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? For Burr keeping that subscription alive. Or bringing some subscriptions alive, I guess, is what I should be saying, or something along those lines. I do greatly appreciate it. Did your parents die? Oh, no. So, Cuddle, this dwarf's mom got injured. And his dad is Ray Tekud, who is still running around. Is still here. Didn't get injured in the fighting. Mom did, though. It's a shame. There's 2 different guilds, a Hunter's Guild and a Ranger's Guild, eh? It's asking a lot. Also, did I set them to dump outdoor refuse? Let me double check. Yes, okay. I'm also just going to go into here real quick, and I'm just going to pause a bunch of jobs. I'm going to actually just go down to here and just literally cancel all these. Maybe up to like right about there. It's not that I don't want them to happen, it's just I want them to not do that right now. Because there's a lot of other things I need them to do right now. And one of those things is get this bard into the volcano. The Submancer, yes, yes. Yeah, I also need I need to make a ranger and a hunter's guild, etc. Is anybody putting bodies in tombs? Huh, poor kiddo. It's the hard knock life, eh? I'm also going to do something that I don't necessarily recommend you do, but this is actually a pretty rough health situation. So I'm going to go to here and I'm going to edit this. I'm going to add basically all healthcare tasks to orderlies. I'll probably remove those later, though. But right now, it purely is because I need water is the issue here. So once you get down to here, or once this dwarf gets to the end of this, then we're just going to dig directly down and into this water. Actually, is there a faster way to dig down into the water? Okay, so there's water like over here. Dig 2 spots for it. Basically, I'm just trying to make a water zone as quickly as possible. Let's also double this up so that other dwarves will come over. And then we'll do priority 2 for the stairs. There we go. Somebody's a little bit more skilled at this with a much better pick. And a metalsmith skilled. Oh my god. It always has, well, it has literally since 2014 and has not stopped. So I don't think that is going to change. And if it does, I will state that it's changed a lot. So I don't think that'll ever change, bootlegger. I need water, is literally what I'm going for right now. Well, before, water used to come out. Like, if you would dig through and fortify the edge of the map, they would just turn into aquifers at one point in the past, so... But, yeah, I don't see them ever actually changing that, really. And then down here... Come on, dwarves. Someone come down here and smooth that. Anybody. Please. Somebody. I mean, I understand that literally every dwarf in this fortress is reading books. Actually, I need to do something. This is probably the reason. Wait, no, not that. Yeah, this is probably the reason at the minute. Smooth? No. It's literally the highest possible priority. There we go. Okay. I'm just waiting for this to get done. I'm not going to pause for ads because there are ads running at the moment. Because you're not exactly missing much. It's literally just, I need water supply, and we need it yesterday. So this will be the easiest / most efficient way to do it. Sweet. We can now do this. Wait, no, not that. We can now do this, except not with closest material. We're going to use this. Sure, glass will be fine. And we'll set this as water source. Okay. And then I need to go back to here. And I need to go to labor, and I need to go to orderlies and turn everybody back onto that. And I'm just going to make a corpse stockpile down here for elves. Okay. Means I can't hunt, can't farm, can't fish, can't harvest, can't gather, is what it means. It's like a self-imposed limitation. So all the food in the fortress has come from trading. Just gonna pause those. Scroll through all this. Those dwarves are all resting. Just gonna go down to this and just nick all this stuff in the bud, because I've got all of this putting everything away stuff to do. I don't know, none of them were really a hero, except for the one that's already named. Maybe Irvad, because you didn't die and you killed an elf. Jesus is now Urvad, the militia captain. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She tends to be polite and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she tends to avoid crowds and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and likes to brawl, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she can handle stress. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She has a sense of duty, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally does not particularly value loyalty and does not care about friendship. And she likes gypsum plaster and silver green diamond and koala leather, phantom spider silk, hemp fabric, and maces and grates and giant axe blades and water and buffaloes for their wallowing and the giant albatross for their large wings and the words of the skirts of embracing of impossible prefers to consume sunshine and hamsters. Worships Duthal. That's the god of healing, I think. And you're a member of the denomination of truths. Welcome to the fortress. Jesus. And I'm kind of amazed that this elven bard has not yet been thrown. Into this, but, you know, I digress. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to you, and I'm going to say, make us a traction bench. And then I'm going to send a bunch of the squads off map again. Although, we're going to start doing unrelated things. Such as, bullying some kobolds. Yeah, we're going to go bully some kobolds. If anybody dies, then we just point and laugh, okay? I think that's a fair thing to agree on. Because if you die to while attacking a kobold camp, like, are you even a dwarf? And all of this down here can just get dumped. We're gonna have to go pick up equipment. You're gonna go help. I'm actually just going to delete the library. No library for a bit. Get out. Go back to work, dwarves. There's much more, like, useful things you could be doing at the moment that isn't reading books. It's like, yes, I will give you access to the books in the future, but for right now, fucking bodies need ridding get of. Gold sarcophagus. Make some more of those as well while we're at it. There we go. See, people are putting bodies in tombs. That's what I need to see. All of the tombs have been filled as well, which means I need more tombs, which I'm sure is good news. What are all the rails and minecarts doing for? I'm making a fully automated minecart shotgun, which I haven't made in a while, so should be fun. Should be fun. Imagine being so inefficient as dwarves, you get your, like, library rights taken away. Also, we missed the first throwing of the first elf into the lava, so apologies on that. Blind streaming on a Saturday, yeah. Mm-hmm. I also think I should pay attention to things. No, I announced this multiple times throughout the week that I would be streaming on Saturday. I'm also testing this out because I'm curious, like, because Friday streams tend to be kind of quiet. So I'm a little bit curious if, like, streaming on a Saturday might be a better idea instead of Fridays. This is what they get for committing crimes against my faction and killing the young families in the fortress. These dwarves are too how do I put this? Naive, thinking that the elves would simply leave them be. Uh-oh. That's bad. Somebody canceled the job and released the elf. Thankfully, we can now just kill the elf. Come on, dwarves. Get it. Splat. Ooh. Well, that's brutal. Did they release another one? Oh, no. I will have to manually kill them, I guess. I didn't want to do it this way. I did actually just want to throw them all into the, into the lava, because I figured that would be more fun, but... Oh, nope, there's another one. Watch a dwarf fall into the volcano because of it. Oh, there it goes. I don't think anybody's died in this round. Okay, let's see. Can I... Seems like the elves have figured out, the plan of the dwarves, and they're now protesting. Oh, did we release another one? Must have. Nope, nope, they're all caged. Yep. Okay. I don't know why they're not succeeding this time. It's okay, we can just kill them. It's a little bit of training. Okay, who's left? Actually, it might be because I've got soldiers that are trying to leave. So the soldiers in the general vicinity are, triggering combat. Oh, there's another one. And that should be the final one, right? Looks like it. Just gonna tell them to kill them as soon as they come out of the cage. Which you can do, which is what I'm going to do. Unless this one's able to make it. Hey, look, the kid is leading it. I'm actually just going to tell the dwarves to not do the stupid. Don't do the stupid. Don't jump into the volcano with it. That'd be really funny if they all just, threw themselves into the volcano. See ya! Bye, Sharona. Man, that must be a really big pipe if you're smoking a corned beef brisket in it. God damn. I can understand, you must be inhaling a lot of fat. That can't be healthy. That is a joke. I don't know if it's landing. If it is, then yay. If it's not, then oh no. Anyways, I hope it tastes good. You trim the fat? Right. You don't want to get bloating in your lungs. Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, so let's see if I can get some more sarcophaguses. There's 4. See how many more dwarves I still have to bury. Seems like just 1. Bob is the last one. I'm actually kind of curious as to how many of these dwarves will collect stuff. You, up here, are going to give items to this stockpile. And we're not going to put items into these stockpiles anymore. They're just going to put them in that one. Actually, that might be a dwarf, because that's Dodok. Yeah, that is real dumb. Do not put habanero gas in your lungs. I was making a joke and hoping it would land as funny, and I think it did. But yeah, no, do not do that. Okay, actually, we're... Oh, okay. I was gonna say this is a weird route that they're taking, but I guess it makes sense now that I actually look at it. This might be the most overly dramatic, like, corpse disposal unit I've ever made. Like, the rubber duck kind of takes the edge off, but at the same time, this is pretty dramatic. Like, seriously, look at that. How about narrow? No! Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. How are we doing here? That's going to take a while to clean up. Dwarves are now all largely upset. I need a lot of bedrooms. Chat! I think today's been exciting. We have a count of locked diamonds. Crub the grub, our count. We've got a bunch more nobles. Food supply's up. Mood supply's down. And the volcano is starting to look fucking rad. I've made a bunch of good progress on the cannons. And I've streamed for 7.5 hours. I would go later, but I'll be honest, I was only planning on streaming for 6 today. Because I literally have to finish my taxes. I have to get all of my deductions added up by tonight. So I got, I don't know, at least 2 hours of math that I need to do. It's not hard. I just need to do it. I just need to get it all into the spreadsheet so that I can take it to my tax lady on Monday. So, I hope you guys are excited. Oh, wait until it's okay. Eventually we'll be throwing lava at them. What's up, Lil Jaeger? It's been a minute. I mean, Odin. But we are just winding down for the day, duder. Unfortunately. But it's good to see you all the same. Hope you're doing well. Happy Twitch sale. Yeah, I don't know, Hobo. Same energy as the, what do you call it? It's the same energy as when kids that were too dumb to have enough brain cells to not do this decided that it would be a good idea to smoke green tea in Scouts. It's same energy as that. Similarly stupid, but that's literally never happened. But I've literally never. I have not gotten a refund or like had to pay nothing in taxes since 2016. Like 2015 was the last time I got a refund. So it's called being self-employed. It just doesn't happen. You smoked $1 in high school? See, I respect that. You might have gotten like a 0.001% dose of coke out of that. Like at that point, like, yeah, sure, it's gonna hurt. It's not gonna be good for you. You shouldn't do that, but like that makes sense to me. I don't know. I understand why you would do that, I guess. Now you can't even do that because like I think Canadian money would just melt. And isn't like American money also made out of the same weird plastic shit? Anyways,